Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to have your what's it called? Insure clear?
Yeah, but that stuff tastes like crap.
Wait, but what if you don't take it?
I don't want to take that. It's horrible stuff.
Hey, real cat.
There he is. How you doing, buddy?
It's not so bad.
Yeah, I gotta be out of here by 10 in the morning. Also, I've got the last chemo, and then I have to go over to the. I got a lot of running around tomorrow. I have to go over to the Veterans Affairs place. I'm not sure where that's at. I have to go in the VA down in the basement and get my paperwork for that. Just a ton of stuff. Who else is on there? I see two people on there. I know Mike's there. That's Mr. Wrench. And who else we got on there? I can't advertise this stuff. I don't know how to do that. My camera, the phone won't let the camera work unless I use this other phone, but sometimes it don't work either. I'm gonna have to get my camera out. We're gonna go out on the bike, and I might do a thing on the bike. I hope I can ride that this year. I can't get my hands to work to do any wrenches or anything, so I might have the bike shop put the center stand on and the stunt clutch and all that. I couldn't even pick up an Allen wrench today. So, hey, 6 people there. Say hi, everybody. Say hello to everybody so we know who's here. Mike Simpson is here. We had a nice warm day, and then now this evening it's cooled off real bad. We had to close the windows up. We got the heater off now, but my hands are cold all the time. I got to keep them covered up. I wish I had some gloves that fit, that I could wear at nighttime, because my hands just freeze and they won't work in the morning. So, but I got my shower and all that tonight so that I'm ready to go in the morning, because it's going to be early. Hey, how you doing, Bantayan Mattress Recluse? That's a good one. Perry Wilson, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing okay. I'll be glad when this chemo is done. This is my 6th day, and I just run out of the thing. I go in there, and my red blood cells are down, and my electrolytes are down, and I always just feel crappy. It's hard to walk across the room. Hey, Roy, how you doing? But they'll come pick me up in the morning at 10, and then I want to try to get all this stuff. We have to move out of this place because of the eviction notice. Never had an eviction notice in my life, but they gave us an eviction notice because there's 5 of us in a 1-bedroom. So, yeah, I hope. They tell me I'm getting better. It doesn't feel like it to me, but they tell me I'm getting better. I can't put any weight on my right leg. My hip is just messed up. I talked to a fella at the VA. He was another chemo guy like me. His name was Al, and they did that biopsy on his hip, and he said it took him about 2.5 months before he could walk on it. He said at first it was okay, but then after about a month he couldn't. And I can't put any weight on this right side. They dig a hole in your bone, and they take some of the marrow out when they do that biopsy. They got like a little drill thing, and now this whole side, the whole right side of my hip is all screwed up. Watch out, the coffee's hot, buddy. Come say hi. Stick your head in and say hello.
Hello.
That's my little Geronimo. That's my handsome buddy, huh? I love you, baby boy. You're my precious baby.
Me too.
He's the smart one. He's really got a good head on his shoulders. It's goofy, though. Yeah, Perry, I'm getting it at the VA. I'll tell you what, that's the best damn hospital. The people in there are all real nice. I go to downtown Cleveland. They call it the Carl Stokes Center now, but it's always been Wade Park as long as I've been here. And they got me fixed up pretty good. They're going to be doing, after this, they're going to be doing stem cells. I have to go in Wednesday to talk with the doctor about when that starts, because June we have to be out of here. We got this month. The kids get out of school on the 30th, and then that's their last day of school. And then June we got to move, so maybe the stem cells start in July. They're gonna, and I have to be in the hospital for that for a couple weeks. So, but I lost a ton of weight. I'm down to like 190 pounds. I got some stuff when I was in school. When I was 10 years old, I weighed 180 pounds. Now I'm 63 and I weigh 190. That's a lot. That's a lot of weight to lose. So doctor said it was good you had it to lose, but he wants to fatten me back up. So we bought a bunch of yogurt. I got to go get some tiger's milk next month when we got some money and try to build it up. Yeah, this VA we have is a real good one. I was in there for a month inside the hospital, and the nicest people you're ever going to run into. And they do a good job. They're very knowledgeable. All the nurses that came in, it's not like other hospitals I was in. These people are smart. They know their stuff. If you ask them a question, they can fire off an answer just like that. And I met some pretty good people. So I think not tomorrow, but next time I go in Wednesday, I'm going to pop up there and see some of them nurses. They all treated me like I was some kind of king or something. You know what I mean? It was really, it made the stay okay, because it sucks to be in a hospital, but it's over there in the cancer ward, you don't have a roommate. It's just a single room, and it gets kind of lonely. I just let the music play. Okay.
At the house, how many bedrooms are they going to be?
I don't know.
No, at the house with the swimming pool.
Well, I don't know. But we're going to try. I'm going to go down tomorrow. The lady down at the VA was telling me, she says, you want an apartment, why don't you buy a house? You got the VA, you can get a house with no money down. So I'm going to go do that. I got the application all filled out, but I gave it to the wrong office. I gave it back to the lady who gave it to me. So tomorrow I have to pick it up from her, and I have to physically take it over to this other building. I'll have to get maybe an Uber or something, and because I can't walk.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, they're going to have me do the stem cell at the Cleveland Clinic. They don't do it there. They're going to do it at the Cleveland Clinic. So, and that's where they're going to put me. And I believe my sister works over there. She's a teaching doctor. Maybe I'll get to see her. And if you go anywhere with the VA, they cover it. That's all being paid for. I had a $69,000 bill. Made my hair black, by the way, guys. My hair was white, and my copay was $1,600. And I went into the lady down in the basement, and I said, I can't afford that. I don't have $1,600. I'd have to give you, a few bucks a month. And she says, "Are you asking for help?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm asking for help." So she took the bill, and she gave me another one back, said 100% paid. That was so cool. That was really cool, because I was sweating that. I don't want to, not pay that, but it was good. It was good that they took that $1,600 off of there. She says some people, can pay it and some can't. She says, and they know I filled out the form with what we get. And then since it's mandatory, I got to get the insurance for these kids and myself. That cut us way down on the money. Yeah, Steinmetz, that was really cool. That was really, really cool. Yep. Yeah, we were real happy. They're taking real good care of me over there. Even the other hospital, Southwest, said they're as good as any hospital in the world. They're top of the line, and I'm real happy that that I was able to get in there and have them treat me, because I'd probably been dead meat otherwise. My kidneys were shutting down, and everything was going wrong. I probably would have been dead by now if I couldn't have got in there. But they were watching me every day, getting ready to start me on dialysis, and I was like, that kidney doctor, he said I was like this close of putting you on dialysis. You were down to 99%. Your kidneys weren't functioning. And he just waited, and then they slowly got better.
You know what you're doing.
So, but that cancer messes you up. They said they told me you're supposed to have 40 of these antibodies per, I think it was milliliter,
Hey, no,
and I had
come over here.
440,000, and they were all broken. You know, they weren't properly made, and that's what was clogging up my kidneys. So they were really worried about that. And now my hands don't work. I got some kind of a thing on the nerve back in my neck, and one here in my shoulder. And when they did the first scan, they were pretty big. You know, they were as big as a golf ball. Well, now the one in my shoulder is like as big as a pea. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, and then the one on my back, it's down to about, well, I'd say half the size of a golf ball. But my hands don't want to work. You know, they're freezing cold right now, and that's as far as I can bend them. That's it. They just don't want to work. But eight treatments of the chemo, and then I get a break. Then I'll get a break. And the last time I had a break, I was getting chemo every Thursday,
No, it's 911.
and usually by Wednesday of that, you know, before I went in, I would be feeling really terrible, couldn't walk across the room or anything. Well, they said, okay, we're going to switch you to Monday because we're getting kind of crowded on Thursdays. And I said, okay, I'll agree with that. Well, I had 3 days off, and those were the best 3 days I had for a long time. You know, I was able to walk around. The kids and I went outside, and I felt a lot better. But the doctor said, hey, I'm poisoning you half to death. You know, so what are you going to do, you know? But hopefully when this ends, I'll feel better. I talked to some of these old timers there that come in for it, because there's a bunch of us sit in a room while we're getting it, and the nurses come in and they said, yeah, you know, after you get off the chemo, even before the stem cells, you'll start feeling better. And hopefully that's the case, guys, because, man, this sucks. This really sucks, you know, not to be able to get up. You know, I get into the tub, my wife has to help wash me. I can't get my hands behind my back. Hey, John. Yeah, I answered you on that one you sent. I saw that on there. It's just because I was doing lives now. My camera won't go onto this phone now. It's not the cameras, because I had the cameras plugged into the internet, and Sony looked them over and said, there's nothing wrong with these cameras. They're A1. It's the phone. The phone got corrupted. So I got this other phone. It's one of them iPhones, but it's locked. The damn thing's locked. So hopefully I can get it unlocked. I don't even remember where I got it. It came in the mail. I think it came from my cable company. But I can't put a SIM card. It's got like an eSIM in it. There's no SIM card slot. It's an eSIM. And I don't know the number. There's no number on there. So I don't know what the deal is with this phone. But I was able to put Tubi on it. At least I could put it in my pocket, and I got a little TV. And the battery on this thing lasts forever. My goodness, I charged it up last week, and I still got 92%. And I've been watching. I watched Shawshank Redemption on it. That was pretty good.
Wait, did I just say it? I don't know.
But yeah, I'm having a hard time walking around. But tomorrow I got to get some paperwork saying that I got cancer from the VA, and we're going to stuff it in the envelope with my wife's permanent resident. We did an I-485 application. It's like $1,440, and we're going to see if we can get her to stay here legally. I don't want any trouble. If not, she has to go back on August 4th.
I know how.
I don't know who the carrier is, Battalion Mattress Recluse. I have no idea who the carrier is. It came in the mail one day, and I lost the paperwork on it. So, and I tried to find out the carrier. I asked Siri who's the carrier, and they don't.
Okay.
They don't. This thing don't know. The phone doesn't know, and there's no phone number. So, if I could get a phone number, I'd be using it. You know, it's a nice phone. I like it because it's small. Well, this isn't actually that small, but it's smaller than this stupid Samsung. The Samsung's like a big stupid brick. It won't fit in any of my pockets. It's just too damn big and stupid. I like this one. It's a I-13. It's a small one. And they sent me a thing when I got my cable company. They said, you want a 13, 15, or 17? And then I was looking at the dimensions, and the 13 was the smallest. So I said, I'll take the 13. Yeah, Steinmetz. We're hoping so too. But I don't see there should be a problem because the kids were all born in the Philippines, but I made them all U.S. citizens. They have both passports. They have Filipino and American passports and Social Security numbers. I'm an American citizen. They should make this a easy peasy Japanese or her staying. That's my wife. I want her to be here with us. I don't want them to break our family up, and I don't think they're going to make us. Hey, Wes. Okay, I'll do that. But I gotta the iPhone store. I gotta wait until I can get a ride over there. We still don't have a car. I had to get her Wes. I had to get her paperwork done this month, so that took 1,440 out of my budget. And right now there's a bunch of really nice cars for sale. I mean, I was looking on Facebook Marketplace. There's 5 or 6 of them that I would love to have, but I just don't have the cash right now. We saw a couple beautiful Cadillacs. There's a big Lincoln sold. Yeah,
Can I poop on your head?
no. And yeah, but when we go out, if I remember to take it, I'll have to see if they can find out who that is. But
Changer.
it's a nice phone. I like it because it's small. It fits in a shirt pocket, and it came with this really really heavy duty case already. Let's see. Sean's Amazing Adventure. Okay, what's this? Okay, that was John Rossi. Okay. We bought one of them Red Baron pizzas the other day, and every one of us took one bite of it, and it's in the garbage. It was absolutely the worst pizza. I can't believe it was one that had everything on it, a Red Baron from Walmart. It was absolutely horrible. I don't know what that's. I think it was a pitcher of food, and they stuck it on a cardboard or something. It was the absolute worst pizza. None of us could eat it. Faye couldn't eat it. Kids couldn't eat it. We threw the whole damn pizza right in the garbage can. It was horrible. Have a proxy? No. I handle my own business. Oh boy, that's a bummer, Wes. Yeah, you're damn right about that, Sean. They're trash worthy. Those. I remember when I was young, I used to get those the small Red Baron sausage ones. Oh man, I loved those things. Those were really good. Well, now they're horrible. They're just absolutely horrible.
What am I gonna do?
The French bread pizzas are good, John. We like those. They got them over here at the store. But, as soon as they get them in, they'll get like 20 or 30 of them in. They're gone because everybody likes them. And every now and again, we'll see one there, and we grab it if we see one. Well, that'd be my wife, Perry. She's my next of kin. She's the one who'll take care of everything. But yeah, we like the French bread pizzas over here. They got good ones. Plus, we've been buying those baguettes, and Faye got some mozzarella cheese. We could make our own. But yeah, I'm glad Faye's here. She's been taking real good care of me, trying to fatten me up. But I'm not gaining weight. A lot of food just doesn't taste good. But today, they don't want me eating mashed potatoes for some reason. But I said, hell with it. And we had steak and mashed potatoes. And boy, was it good! I just love mashed potatoes. Little Dorothy, when I was young, my mother made the mashed potatoes with sour cream. There's my handsome
Hello.
buddy. That's my little Maddie. But she always made it with sour cream, and that's the way I always ate it. Well, when I went to the Philippines, I couldn't find any place that sold sour cream, and you can't get like milk in a refrigerated milk, and so I figured, okay, I'll make it with cream cheese. And that's what the kids liked. And then when I got into the S&R store in the Philippines, they had sour cream. So I made them mashed potatoes with sour cream. They didn't like it. They got so used to the cream cheese, and now I'm used to it. So, hey, Dorothy. But that's going to be. I hope you have a real good trip, Wes, and you can get back to your farm. Are you taking your little one with you? If I hit the lottery, I'll come down and visit you.
Did you see Dorothy?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, Dorothy. Was that you or her?
That's Dorothy.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I really. He's guys. He sent me some pictures of his farm down there, how he fixed it up, and he laid that place out. The houses are kind of like in the Philippines. They're block, but he went in there and got it and just laid this place out. I mean, it's a really nice farm now. He's got all kinds of trees and stuff on it. Really neat. Try it with mayo. What's that? What with mayo, Sean? I don't think I would want a pizza with mayo on it. Yeah, we're gonna. This is our rough month because we had to pay Faye's thing, and hopefully next month will be better. I'm glad I had the rent paid up a month in advance, or I wouldn't have had enough money to pay her thing. That was a money order we went down to the bank to get sort of run through, and then we got expedite on it. And tomorrow I'll get the rest of the paperwork, and they want bank statements. I mean, they want all kinds of crap. Hey, Faye, did you get them bank statements? Look on your messenger. Oh, I never tried it with mayo. I never tried that. But the mashed potatoes, we've been using cream cheese. Throw a brick of that in there and smush it up. And Dorothy makes them. She smashes them into like whipped potatoes, and I'll tell you what, they were really good tonight. She's my little mashed potato maker, and she loves them. She'll eat a whole big bowl of mashed potatoes, and she's going to be pretty big. Okay, Perry Wilson, it was. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came in for a little bit. Have yourself a good sleep and take care. Okay. Hey, handsome.
I love you.
I love you too, baby boy.
Hello.
Say hello, everybody. Here, poke your little curly head in there.
Oh. Hello.
Look how hair this guy's got. Okay, let's see. John Rossi. Like to visit his girlfriend, Lady. Yeah, Lady, I like to start a K1 visa to bring her here. She's only 10 years younger than me. 61 here. Okay, cool. Lady, I always liked it over there. I always liked it. That was Southern Lady. I was down there. Tacloban is real nice, except when they had the hurricane. And there was all those dead people floating around. It looked like they were goats and stuff floating around there, and it was really a bad mess. Terrible, terrible mess down there when that happened. No, do it, man. Do it. Heck with what anybody else thinks. People all said, "What the hell are you doing?" They're trying to tell me how to live my life. When I came and got Faye, I said, "Hey, that's none of your business. That's my business. If you don't like it, you just lump it."
Hello.
Hi, sweetheart. There's my baby girl. And look what we got out of it. We got 3 of the most beautiful kids you ever seen. Gifts from God, every one of them. And God's letting me have them for a while. I know they're His, and He's letting me have them. Yeah, screw him, John. No, don't let anybody tell you how to live your damn life. You're 61 years old. I think you got it by now. You know what I mean? Same as me. I'm the youngest in my family, and I get people telling me what to do. And he's this, he's that. Come on, give me a break. The only one that never really messed with me too much was my oldest brother. He never tried to tell me how to live my life. He just takes me as I come, And I haven't always been the best brother either, and he's always loved me anyway. So, and that's really a nice thing. It's nice to have a brother like that. Yeah, don't worry about what anyone else thinks. If you got yourself a girl over there and you want to bring her here, do it. And that's the fastest way to get them here. If you get them here on a fiance visa, if you go over there and marry them, it's going to take you a couple years. But if you bring them on a fiance visa, 90 days, and they'll give them a visa, and then she can come over here. And then if you get married, hey, cool. But I would recommend getting married in the Philippines. So, if you do decide to get married, go back to the Philippines and get married, and then bring her back with on her visa. Look at my little goofy guy. He's got his he's got his Easter basket on his head. Hi, Goofy. Hi. That's his Easter helmet. All right, Mike. Take care, buddy. Well, it gives you a little bit more protection. That's all I could say, because there's no divorce in the Philippines. They tried to pass laws saying it is, but they still don't give them. Most of the judges won't give a divorce. It's got to be some real crazy reason. So, and most of the people there, they don't want that. It's just not something they want. That's something that other countries are trying to push on them. That's ear cleaning stuff, Bub. There you go.
I got you on here.
Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, they went to the little thing and they won me some a hippopotamus. That's how they say that in the Philippines. A hippopotamus. They call it a hippopotamus. Yeah, you could do it here. Are you guys going to live here? Or Are you going to retire and go to the Philippines, John? Because I lived there for 10 years and it kind of wore off on me. I'll be honest with you. I just got to the point where I'm glad I'm gone. I have no desire to be there anymore. Even though we got the house there and the car and all that, I just had to walk away from it. It wasn't worth it. TC Mike. Yeah, the best thing to do is visit. Visit a little bit. I would have loved to have been able to spend like half a year there and half a year here, and doing it like that, and going back and forth. But to live there full time, I just got tired of it. I got tired of the people. It seems like the best Filipinos come here, and then the dregs stay there, and they're always hounding you for money, and I just got so tired of it. Never pay you back. It's like you're rich or something, and Well, I'll tell you what. When we were in the Philippines, we had gobs of money left over every month, and we're here now. We're broke every month. Hey, Karina, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Can't walk yet very well, but you know. Yeah, you loan money. It's not. If you look in the dictionary, in the Filipino dictionary, where it says loan, they changed that word to gift, because nobody ever pays you back. You'll never see a dime of that money if you give them any money. They started coming around, and I went to the bank and I got some loan applications. Here, fill that out. Give me something. Give me some collateral. Give me one of your kids. And they're like, I'm not going to do that. Well, the bank makes you do it. I'm not a bank. I got so sick of it. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be doing better. But I'm me. I'm on fixed income now. I got Social Security. That's that and my little small pension. And it's not that much anymore with 3 kids. If a big bill comes up, we're kind of screwed. Yeah, it's always a give. You're right about that. You'll never get a dime of that. And they'll all just say, oh, yeah, well, I'll give it to you next month. Next month. Well, next month never comes. Well, this one here has been doing me pretty good. I got to go in tomorrow. It's usually about 4 hours for the chemo because I'm always low on the red blood cells and my electrolytes are messed up. Doc says it's just the way it's going to be. So I got to sit there for a couple hours and get fluids and everything. And then they give me the chemo. And after about a half an hour, they let me head home. So, but the last time I had to walk to this lady's office, I got one of them rollinators, and it's about 100 yards down the hallway. I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I had to get this big black girl. I stopped in front of her office, and she was the sweetest girl in the world, like an angel. She went and got me a wheelchair and pushed me all the way over to the office, and then she took me all the way out to the front. Just a big sweetheart, and they're all like that. Yeah, I looked in a lot of that, Charles, on that, and with the ivermectin and everything, and it was about 50-50 on the ivermectin, and they were promising, with this bone cancer, 90% with the chemo, and I thought, well, I never wanted to get chemo, but I thought, well, gonna have to, because I was dying. If I would have stayed out of the hospital for another month, I'd have been dead because my kidneys were stopped up. So I had to get in there and get that cleared out. And then when they started the chemo, I'm lucky I didn't get any sickness. But my wife has a picture of me on my first chemo. I can't put it on here, but my hair was pure white. And now that I'm taking the chemo, look at that. My hair turned black. And I'm not dying it, guys. The chemo did that. So that was pretty weird. But yeah, I used to fast all the time, and I know all about the dewormers. A lot of the reading I've been doing on this bone cancer, it's a fungus that grows on the bone. It's like a fungal infection, and that's where the ivermectin comes in. But I couldn't get anybody that would do that for me here. Nobody would. They want the money for the chemo. So they said, if you want to do that, go to Germany. That's what they told me. So my buddy's hitting me. That's my buddy Gary in the Philippines. He just sent me a message. Well, I thank you, Charles, that you're praying for us. And, I talk to the good Lord every day. I thank him for every breath. And, it's just, I want to be around with these little ones. Hopefully he'll allow me to be with them for a good while of their lives. They're beautiful babies, and I love them to no end. And I just hope he gives me some more time on this earth with them. I know they're his. I'm under no illusions. They're his children, and I just get to be with them. He put them with me for a while. And we're just a vapor, guys. I looked in the mirror the other morning, and I remember there used to be a young guy in there, and he was a nice fella. He's gone. He's long gone. If you got Charles, if you got Zilla through your bank, Zille, you can send it through there. I don't know any other way to send it. That's how somebody sent me before. Zilly. I have it through my bank, Zille, and then all you have to do is put my phone number in there, 724-614-0050. That's how my one buddy sent me a few bucks. My buddy Gary. I loved my pitties, Gary. Oh, why's that not working? I loved my pit bull. Well, it's not working. Okay. Yeah, it's funny how it turned black. Even the doctor said he'd never seen that before. He goes, I have never seen that. Yeah, Zelly. Yeah, Zelle. All right. Okay, John. Nice. I'm glad you came in. Yeah, it's 724 614-0050. And that's the phone number I have on my bank. It's Huntington Bank. And if you go to Zillow and then just put my name in there, that phone number in there, it'll go right to my account. I don't know if I can post it. I don't know if I can type on here. I don't think I can. Let's see, it's your channel. Oh, let's see. No, they're not going to let me. They're not going to let me type on here. Let's see if I can. Nope. What's this? Live chat. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to let me type on here. I'll say it one more time. 724-614-0050. Yeah, that'll help, man. That'll help get us some more food. I just went out and dropped $300 on a little more than 300, almost 400 on groceries yesterday to fill up the fridge, and then I got $27 left until next month. Well, we had the big bill. Plus, they took my insurance out. This was the first month they took my insurance out, and that was for the kids. It was $880 or $820, and mine was $180. So. And they just took it. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. They just took it right out of my check. I didn't know they could do that. That they make it mandatory, and if not, they send the federales over to your house and they take your kids off you. And they want to see that in the school. They want to see the medical cards at the school. And if you don't show them that, the school calls the state up, and the state says, "Where's your damn insurance?" I don't like the state. I'd like to get out of the state. It's like a granny state. But this summer we're hoping we can move down south. I was looking at to Alabama, and I was looking at houses down there, and there's tons of houses under $60,000 that we could afford. With a few acres of land. My buddy Ronald lives down there, and that would be real nice to get a little homestead down there for the kids, and we could hunt, maybe set up a shooting range in back, have a garden. And garage for the bike and the car. There's such nice cars for sale right now. And come wintertime, the prices will go up because everybody wants to buy winter beaters. And right now, there's just tons of them. I saw two Cadillac Fleetwoods on there that either one of them had 50,000, the other one had 80,000, and the pictures on them were immaculate. And the one fellow said, if there's any rust on there, I'll give you $100. He said, I never drove that in the salt, put it in the garage all winter up on blocks. And it was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was like a dark green with white interior. And the guy wanted like $4,500 for it. Like, man, I'd love to have that car. North Star motor. And those motors are pretty good. No miles on it. And the guy said it went to the dealer and got every oil change. All the services were done when they were supposed to be. He says, I got about 50 receipts in the glove box for all the services. And it'll be gone, it'll be gone by the time I get the money, but hopefully something else comes up and we can get a decent car. I need something big that I fit in and something that we have room with the kids so we can take some trips. I'd like to take them to Niagara Falls this year. We won't drive all the way to Niagara Falls. We'll drive to Pennsylvania and we'll take that bus tour. There's a bus there in, I believe it's in Latrobe. You can jump on the bus. They take you to Niagara Falls. And then you spend a couple days at Niagara Falls, and then you get back on the bus. Drives you back to your car, and then we could come home. So that would be kind of cool. Because, take them on the Maid of the Mist and walk underneath the falls. The Canadian side is really nice. If you ever go to the falls, you want to go to the Canadian side. And we all got passports, so we can cross the border. And I would really love to take the kids there this year. Boy, that would, I loved it when I was a kid. When my parents took me, I took my older kids there. They loved it. We got all wet on the Maid of the Mist. They give you raincoats, but you still get soaked. And then when you can walk underneath the falls. Yeah. I still remember when my parents took me when I was a little kid. I must have only been 6 years old, and I remember that. The whole family went. We had a blast down there. And then we went up to the reservation and I got to meet my Uncle Joe Snow, well, my great Uncle Joe Snow. And I stayed out with him on his lake and went fishing with him. I was a little tiny kid. Yeah, the Canadian side is way better. I've been on both sides, and it's a lot nicer. Yeah, that's the one island I wasn't able to go to. That was always on my bucket list to go to the Palawan, but it never worked out. It never worked out me going there. I wanted to go there and see Tropical Tim, but he's in the States now. I think he closed up his store and he's in the States, so I hope he's okay. I haven't heard from him. He hasn't answered me from the messenger. Somebody said his messenger's full and he's just not getting the messages. So, but I haven't heard from him. But he's a pretty good dude. He was over at our place a few times when we were in Carmona and when we were in Lipa, and always a welcome guest. Him and Ray, they're some of the nicest people. You know, you see him on his vlogs. He don't look like a real big guy, but he's a pretty big guy. He's a pretty good guy. Well, I don't know. I've never been there. Yeah, but that's a heck of a big island too. I would love to go there. Tim took a trip on there. He rented a car and he went all the way up one side and down the other, and he took us with him on his vlog, and I thought that was pretty cool. It looks like they have nice roads there. It just seems like a pretty good island. They don't seem to be hit with hurricanes much. You know, it seems like that would be a good place to live if you're going to live in the Philippines. You know, and oh man, you go look at his videos, how he fixed up his house over there. Man, is that place laid out. He did a real nice job on that. I can't believe when he was all done, I was looking at that going, man. And then he did a place for his brother-in-law, and then the poor guy passed away. You know, that was a real shame. But well, it's not too bad. When I was in Lipa, you know, they said it was expensive over there too, and not compared to here. You know, you look here, a damn apartment just for a little stinking one bedroom is $1,100. You know, and then I was looking in the paper. We were looking for another place to stay because we got to get out of here. And we saw this one bedroom, and I called them up. How much you want for a one bedroom? They're like 2,100. I'm like 2,100 for a single bedroom. You're not allowed to have any pets and no more than two people and blah, blah, blah. You know, they got all these rules. Well, we found a place that's going to be ready in June. We got to bring our application over. I don't have the $70 to give them for the application. We got to take that over as soon as we get it. And it's a 2-bedroom on the second floor, and that'll get me a little exercise going up and down. Yeah, well, I got two different. I have two different. What do they call it? Emails for him, and I know the one kicked back and said it was full, but the other one, it looked like it went through. So, Michael Fazio's. Did somebody said that Fazio fellow passed away? He was the guy that wore the little doily thing on his head all the time. Somebody told me he passed away, and I watched a few of his things. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. I watched a couple of his videos. He seemed like he was just a, cool old hillbilly dude. You know, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in this area. Yeah, that's a bummer. You know, a lot of them guys. There's quite a few of them in the last year passed away. Or, that were vloggers and they were living in the Philippines, and that's a real bummer. But it's going to happen to us all, guys. You know, every one of us. We're just a vapor here. That's what it says in the Bible. We're nothing but a vapor. And I look in the mirror and I'm going, damn. My daughter just had her birthday, 35 years old, and it seemed like just yesterday I was holding her in my arms. That's how fast time goes. And then I look at my little Dorothy, my beautiful little baby that I used to put in my little front sack and carry her everywhere I went. And now look at her. I can't even pick her up. She's taller than her mother. You know, she's going to be something. My oldest daughter is 6'2". She's a big girl, 6'2", about 200 pounds, and Dorothy's going to be big too. She's going to be a big girl. She's already about that much taller than her mother. And she's a sweet kid, though. They're all doing really good in school. We're going to have to move out of this town, and then Dorothy will still keep going to Berea schools, but the two boys will have to go to the Brook Park School for Maddie 1 year and Mumu 2 years. They don't have a high school in that town, so they'll wind up going over to Berea. So, and that's the school district I wanted to keep them in. And that place we're going to, the apartment that we're going to, we were in there and they said there's not too much trouble over there. So, Stanky Frankie, Frank, that guy's something. He's really something else. I see him. I'll be flipping through my YouTube and he gets on there and he drones. He never shows his face or anything like that. I talked to him a few times, but he'll twist your words all around on what you say, and he'll never let you finish or anything like that. You know, so he's one of them strange fellow, I guess. I probably wouldn't get along with him. I probably wouldn't get along with that guy at all, but some people like him, some don't. You know, I see him when he's on his vlogs. He gets a few people. It's like me. I don't get too many. I don't get too many come here either. So, and my channel was going up in numbers, but YouTube knocks the numbers down, and they've shut me off. I don't know how many times for saying stuff about the Jabba the Hutt and all that crap that they were doing. So they knocked a bunch of my videos down, and they're going back. Just the other day they went back on a video from like 3 years ago, and said we took your video down because it had medical information. Who gives a shit if something happened 3 years? Hey Dennis, how you doing, buddy? That's my Pennsylvania buddy over there. I'm glad you popped in, buddy. But yeah, I lived in Pennsylvania it was like 20 years. Had a nice little house down by the river, and that was nice. You could walk out the front and go hunting, go fishing, jump in the boat. That was a nice little town to live in. I wouldn't mind living there, but if it wasn't so cold in the winter times. I'm gonna have to head south right now. My hands are frozen right now, and it's not even cold in here. But I got no circulation in my fingertips. I got like 1,000 pins and needles on my hands because of that damn blotch on my nerve, from the cancer. But yeah, you say anything about, if you say it on that side, they'll let you go. But if you say it on the other side, then they knock you down. It's not a free speech thing on there. That's their thing, and they've probably taken 50 of my videos down. I had a bunch of times where I was blocked for 30 days, and then I just went to my alternate channel and put videos up over there until the block was done. But nobody really went over to that one. That was the Al Gore Beaks channel. Nobody really went over there, so I'd get maybe a few people. Yeah, I know, but I saw tons of them on the Zillow, but it's too cold. It's just too damn cold. I can't take the cold anymore. I loved it in the Philippines. I like the heat. I remember when I lived up in Victorville, we'd go out to the desert and them guys were all, oh man, it's so hot. I got my shirt off. I'm in a pair of shorts. I'm loving it. I just soak up that heat. But when I was in the Philippines, I started feeling funny. I knew something was wrong. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew something was wrong. And then when I came back here, and then they said, "Oh yeah, you got bone cancer, dude." Yeah, I love the coal stoves. You can still buy coal in PA where a lot of states you can't anymore. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, they're a bunch of dang nuts over there. YouTube. It's not YouTube, it's their tube. And you better shut up and toe the line or they're going to shut you off like they do me all the time. Sean's been shut off a bunch of times, his channel. They shut me off for 7 days, a couple weeks, a month, bunches of times. Oh yeah, yeah. You get that lake effect snow. When my mother lived in the town of Lakewood, and she'd get like this much snow on her driveway, and then you get out towards Parma, and they'd have 3 feet. You Okay, well, let's view message. Let's see. Sean's making rainbow hair. Nut job. Yeah, yeah. No kidding. No kidding, Sean. Let's see if I can get that to show. Okay, so for review. Yeah. Yeah, some of these comments that Sean can say just about anything he wants. I really don't care. Hey, mister, look at this guy's hair. Look at this guy's
Yeah.
hair. He got some hair. He really got some hair. Yeah, some of these people they're not there's something wrong in their heads. I've run into some of these libs around here.
Hey, what you doing?
I was in a, I was in the hospital the other day, and there was this big kid. He was about 6'4". He looked like a football player. He had these big wide shoulders and these little narrow hips, and he looked like a hell of a football player. And he was wearing girl clothes. He had the high heels on. He had this see-through dress with
Hey,
panties.
what you doing?
And I'm looking at this guy. Oh my gosh, what happened to these people? There has to be something going on inside here that
Hi, Toto.
broke. Oh yeah, look at him. Oh, you're my baby boy, aren't you? I love you, baby boy.
Bye-bye.
We got him a castle. What happened? We went on eBay,
Boo.
and they had this for $89. They had this castle, and so I ordered it. Well, then the guy came back about a week later, and he says, "Oh man, I'm sorry." He said, "I sold that one." So he had another one. It was a real big one for 189. He says, I'm gonna send you the thing, and you just offer me 89, and I'll take it." He goes, "I don't want to advertise it because somebody else will get it." So he sent me the thing for 189, and I offered him 89, and it came the other day, and it's a big ass box, thousands of pieces. I think it's a little overwhelming. Look, he built his little dragon already.
Dragon,
He's got his dragon.
mice, chicken,
Okay.
rooster, chicken, and that thing.
Yeah, and he's got his little bird up there on the perch. He's still got to
And
build
that
the
nut.
castle yet, and all the rest of the stuff, but he'll get it. It'll probably take him about a month. Hey, Maddie, where's Maddie? Oh, you went to bed already? Okay.
Papa,
What?
I didn't know I was gonna build a castle. In
Oh,
1 month,
okay.
but I know.
But yeah, there's some there's some really naughty ones. We got a fellow over here too. He's comes walking down. He's all in these chick clothes, and I always say hi to him. I mean, but I'm not going to join in his delusion. I say, "How you doing, buddy?" Like, "I'm a girl." I'm like, I ain't joining your delusion. There ain't no way. Sorry. If you want to think you're a girl, that's your business. But I ain't joining you. I'm not crazy. These people, I just shake my head. I remember a long time ago this old dog trainer. If he had a female dog that would act like a male, he'd kill them. He said, "I don't want them. They're worthless. They never make good coon hounds or fox hounds or anything." So he would just kill them, take his meat cleaver and hack their head off and throw them in a hole. But there's some strange folks. We got a lot of good neighbors though around here. There's a lot of real nice neighbors. And the other thing that's nice around this area too, the cops aren't bad. I think the guy who runs the cop shop over there, he keeps everybody in line because they're very respectful and they're very nice. I just don't like to see so many of the damn women cops. Yeah, that's what I always say. "Hey, how you doing, dude?" It gives me this funny look. He's got this huge mouth and big, this huge Adam's apple. I think his Adam's apple bigger than my wiener. What?
You want coffee?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna make me some coffee. Yeah, but always mini skirt. Where's where's the damn mini skirt? Walking down in the wintertime was wearing a mini skirt and knee socks and stuff and boots.
Do you want donut shop?
Yeah, I'll have here. Take my cup. There's my cup right there. We bought one of them Keurig. I got it from Walmart. This Keurig thing. I got it on closeouts for like $12, and then we get those little pods. I buy from them. Well, this last time we got it was like an assortment of a whole bunch of different ones. So we're trying to add a McDonald one, donut shop, different ones, Colombian. They had one that was cinema. Oh gosh, that was horrible. I threw all them, the other three in the garbage because they give you like four. But that was absolutely terrible. And then they got a hazelnut coffee. That's another coffee I can't stand is hazelnut coffee. Who the hell wants to put a hazelnut in your coffee? Throw that in the garbage. I had a buddy one time. He says, "Oh, you want some coffee?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And he poured me a cup of coffee, and it was hazelnut. I almost spit it all over the floor. It was terrible. Oh well. But guys, it's really funny. I got the most expensive hair dye in the world. $69,000 for that black hair. My wife pulled up that picture. I wish I could put it on here. That picture of me when I was going to my first chemo. My hair was pure white. It was just completely white from here all the way back. Maybe a couple black strands here and there, and now it's black again. And I'm not putting shoe polish in it. That's really weird. Even the doctor said he'd never seen that before. Some of them guys, they lost all their hair, and then that one little lady that passed away, all her hair fell out. She was wearing a wig, and she could never get it on right. It was always crooked. But that one fella, his hair started growing back, but it's like a fuzz. It's like a fuzz on top of his head. And he came in the following week, and he brought me a picture. He says, "Oh, I had such nice hair," and he did. He did have real nice blonde hair for an older fella. It looked really good, and then it all fell out. Poor guy. All of his hair fell out. But he's on his last treatment too. I'll probably see him tomorrow. They put him and me on the same day, same time, so I'll probably see him tomorrow. Real skinny dude. He said he lost over 100 pounds with his. Same thing I got. But I'm glad there's a few of you still here. Kids are going to be going to bed pretty soon. Hey, time for bed, Mo. It's already after 10.
But my bed is not ready.
Okay, we'll lay down on the couch. Time to sleep. We'll have to get a U-Haul in June. No, I'm not going to get a big U-Haul.
Hey, what you doing?
Okay, time for bed. Hey, you're the hard one to get up in the morning. Time for bed.
Okay.
But we'll probably just get a pickup truck and take a couple loads. It's about a mile from here. This other apartment. My sister used to live over there. It's right behind her house, and we took a walk through it. We talked to the lady. I guess this apartment that we're going to get, they had a big fight in there, and they trashed the place. Somebody got in there and trashed it, ripped the cabinets off the walls, smashed the fridge, the stove. And I said, "I thought you said there was no trouble in here." She said, "That's the only thing in the 3 years she's been there, and they don't know who did it. So they got to redo the whole thing." And she said, "We could have it. We could have that apartment." So I got to get down there before the end of the month and give them our applications and stuff. That's why I'm going to go to the VA tomorrow, see if they'll. It says on that VA thing, if you need a down payment or a deposit, fill out this application. We'll help you out. We'll help you with the move and everything. Because we just don't have it right now. I mean, I was doing really good in the Philippines, but now that we're here, some months we're struggling. Ever since they took the insurance out, that's $1,000. They took $1,000, and there's nothing I can do about it. That screwed us. I mean, they just took our lifestyle and just smashed us because they can. That's the state, the nanny state. So I was really, really bummed about that. Hey, not so loud. It's bedtime and he's getting loud. Hey, knock it off. Go to bed. I don't know why they got to holler so much. My wife, when she gets on the phone to her friends in the Philippines, I think she has to think she's got to holler across the ocean. She yells into the phone, and her buddy, a Filipino buddy that's in Pennsylvania, they yell at each other over the phone. It's like, go in a room and close the door. It's so loud in this house. It's small here, so it likes echoing off the walls. I wish they would, not be so damn loud all the time. I'm not loud. I'm actually very quiet.
Where do they even live?
She's hollering across the Pacific Ocean here. Hey, Faye. Faye, go in the room. Yeah, go in the room. It's loud. There she goes. Good. Sometimes they get so noisy in here. I got my earmuffs I'll put on. I'm not kidding you. I put my earmuffs on, and I'll sit here and, read a book or something like that because I just can't take. I never did like loud noises. I always hated loud noises, and it's noisy here. It just is, guys. I got a noisy house. My wife, she talks so damn loud. She's the tiniest little person, but she's got the biggest voice. Yeah, they scream at each other. And her friend in Pennsylvania, we hooked my buddy Scott up with her friend, Carmela. And Carmela's a nice girl. We really like her. I think she's a real sweetheart, real pretty little thing. And they scream at each other. Why don't they just stick their heads out the window and scream at each other? I mean, they're so stinking loud. When she gets on the phone, I ask her always, go in the back room and close the damn door. And I can still hear her. I can hear her right now, screaming at her buddy. So, and when she calls the Philippines, it's even louder. But they all do it. They all do it. Even when we're in the Philippines, she hollers into the phone. Like them old timers. Hey, what do you say? So, but I've noticed that on every Filipina. Now, I don't see the Filipino dudes doing it. They just get on the phone. Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. But the women, they all scream. I just don't get it. I think it's kind of funny though, you know. But my little tiny woman, you could roll her down the street. But she says she wants to go back to the Philippines, and I'm like, nope. I did 10 years in the Philippines. Now it's your turn. There you go. I had a buddy when I was in California. He was deaf from birth, and they put this little thing in the back of his head, like the size of a quarter, and he could hear. Some kind of thing that went right into his brain, and he could hear, and he could talk to you. Oh yeah, Sean, I know they all do it. All the Filipinos, they can get really loud on the phone. It just amazes me, and it's not just my wife. I've seen it the neighbor. I was sitting in my living room, and the neighbor was across the street talking on the phone, and I couldn't hear what the other person on the other end of the phone was saying, but I could hear every word, like she was doing it right in my ear. And it's like, damn. Yeah, they're funny. They are very extremely loud. Yeah. We got some really good. I think they mismarked these at the store. We got these really good boar's head brushes. That's actual boar's hair brushes for $2. And so I went ahead and I grabbed them all. I got each one of us one of these really nice brushes, and I got a couple extra in the drawer for $2. I mean, I paid $10 for a brush before, and we found these over there. I think they mismarked them because a brush like this usually is about $25 for a boar's head one. Right next to it, there were some boar's brushes, and they wanted like $35 for them, $38. So, cochlear implant. Is that the one where it's like the quarter in the back of your head, or is it just in your ear, Dennis?
Hey, what did you mean? You stole that.
I don't. Okay, let's allow my PH karaoke. Well, you know something? I love to sing the karaoke. When we move after we get a little bit better suited, I want to buy one of them magic sings. Yeah, there you go. Same thing like that dude had in California. It's like about as big as a quarter, and it just sticks right on his head. He had to shave a spot around there where they stuck it on. But yeah, I knew him for a long time on the van, and you couldn't really talk to him. You had to They would do their little sign language, him and his wife. And then when he got that thing put in, we didn't see him for about a month. And then when he got back on the van, he was talking to everybody like we're talking. I was like, wow, that's really cool that they figured that out. Somebody had to be just super smart to figure that out. Or they just built upon, they just kept building upon other people's stuff. No, I want that on. You need to lay down, buddy. It's bedtime. You're going to be hard to get up in the morning.
But my bed is not open.
Just lay down.
Okay. Papa said it's
Cochlea in my ear. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Me, I don't know if it's because of my blood thinners or what, but I'm getting a little bit of like dried blood out of my ears in the mornings. I got to go ask the doctor tomorrow what's up with that. Because at nighttime I'd be like, what the hell's going on? It's like I had something crawling around in my ear, and I'll take a Q-tip and there's some dried blood. So it might be because of the thinners. They had me on too many of the thinners, and it made my blood too thin. And then they called me and said, oh, if you're bleeding, go to the emergency room. Oh, okay. They said, oh, your blood is up to 6.9. I'm like, I don't know what that means. They said, that's bad. So they gave me too much of this stuff. So, well, it's rat poison. Cumin is nothing but rat poison. But hopefully they'll get me off of that pretty soon. Doctor said once the chemo's done, they'll be able to take me off that as long as those antibodies aren't clogging me up. But when I first went in the hospital, I had a damn blood clot in my leg. They had to go get that damn thing, and then they put me on a blood thinner, but it was hard on the kidney, so they had to take me off of that one. And then they had me on one in the hospital. I forget what that was called. I can't remember what it was called. In a bag. And then when I left, they gave me this one, and they said it's easier on the kidneys. So, but now the kidney doctor said, no, your kidneys are doing a lot better. He said, you're doing a hell of a lot better. He said, I'm glad I didn't put you on the dialysis. But that doesn't happen to everybody. That only happens to some of them. I asked that Al fellow, when he told me his story of what happened to him, it was exactly like what happened to me. I mean, almost identical. His hands wouldn't work. He said his whole arms wouldn't work. And, he had problems with his shoulders, his hip. He just had all this trouble, and then he couldn't walk. And then he said he's in the bedroom, and he can't get up. Had to go to the bathroom. He's hollering at his wife. Finally, he crawled on the floor, went to the bathroom. Then he crawled into the kitchen. His wife was laying there dead. She had a heart attack and passed away. And he said, oh, man, they almost stuck him in a home. And that's what happened to me. I almost got stuck in a home. Yeah, I'm having some coffee. I got the McDonald one this time. I kind of like this one, and I like the donut shop one.
That's a donut shop.
Oh, was this the donut shop one?
Yeah.
Oh, it tastes like the McDonald one. It's good. It's a good one. Dunkin' Donut Shop. And the kids all know how to make it in that little Keurig machine. All right, Sean. We'll see you. You take care, you guys. Hope to be seeing you out here one of these days. Sean wants to come. Him and his sweetie want to come for a visit. And hey, you're welcome to come out here anytime you want. Hey, you need to go lay down. Go lay down. You're not going to get up in the morning again. If you do not get up in the morning, I will beat you.
Okay, I won't get up.
Okay.
And
My
I'll
goofy
sleep
guy.
For a billion years.
Yeah, it's
Mama,
what time is it? It's 20 till 11.
Mama, no. Ako dito.
Yeah, I don't sleep that much at night. I get a few hours, and that's all I do. I usually sit here and watch a movie or something on this. I got Tubi now. I got this Tubi on the phone. It's got just tons of movies. I started to watch the Batman, and then the kids got jumping around and making noise, so I shut it off for a while. So when everybody's sleeping, then I'll turn it back on, drink some coffee, and do that. But I'm just not tired. I mean, I can't just lay here and stare at the ceiling. There you go. We bought one of them cots from Walmart for like $50. Here, I'll show you. I'll show it to you. Look at that. That's a nice cot. It folds up real small. It gets real tiny. Mike Simpson bought one, and he was showing it to me on the messenger one day. And I went to Walmart, and I said, I'm gonna grab that thing. That's a really nice cot to have, and you can stick it in a closet anywhere. It folds up real small. It's pretty sturdy. It's real sturdy. I haven't tried it yet, but Faye sleeps on it. But we got the neighbors over here. They're moving to Missouri, so they're going to leave some furniture. We're going to buy a bed off of them and some of their furniture, and then when we move, we'll take it with us. It's the Chinese couple that escaped from China. He told me a story about how he got the heck out, and I was like, cool, because he seems like a pretty good dude. His wife's very, very nice girl. We went over to the church with them, and then they got the two little girls that my kids know very well, and they're just well-adjusted kids, pretty little girls. So, but he's going to be going to Missouri. He graduated yesterday, I believe, and he's taking a job in Missouri. So we won't be seeing him anymore. But nice fellow, though. I used to sit out in the morning when we were waiting for the school bus and chit-chat with him, and just a hell of a nice fellow. And his wife would, in the afternoon, hey, I'm back. I am back. Yeah, my internet always pops on and off. I don't know if we're going to be able to take this with us, but we got the good deal on the internet. It's like $17.95 a month, and I get the telephone, and yeah, they don't give you that many channels though on ours. But we got Freevee. That's a good one because there's a lot of the Columbo. You guys ever watch Columbo? That used to be my favorite show, Columbo. And another thing, yeah, that was a great show. Peter Falk with his glass eye. Yeah, he's been dead a long time, that fella. Long time. But they had some good TV shows. Now you look at the TV, there's not that much on. And some of these movies just suck. They suck. They'll redo Ghostbusters again. It's like, oh, give me a break. And instead of dudes, it's got lesbians and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, brother, give me a break. These guys are something. Who's on there? I only see one on there right now. Everybody must be getting ready for bed. My buddy Gary, though, in the Philippines, he's just getting up 10 o'clock in the morning. 10. It says I got 10 people on here. Okay, I thought it said 1. I didn't see the 0. But say hi to each other. You guys get to know each other. There's a bunch of you folks are pretty good folks. You know, you've been good to us anyway. And I do appreciate a lot of the people that helped get Faye with her ticket. Like the Hammer and everybody who sent in like $5 and $10, because I couldn't swing it at the time, and everybody came through for us, and we got her here before they stuck me in a nursing home. There's the one fella down at the chemo. He's 79 years old, and he got the bone cancer, and they came and took him. They sent out a welfare check, and the dummy opened up the door, and they snagged him, and they stuck his ass in a home. They took his house, they took his car, and he wants to go back to his house. Well, his house is gone. There's other people living there, and they won't let him out of the nursing home. So he's basically a prisoner of the state of Ohio, and he didn't do a damn thing wrong other than get sick. And it's like, it's a shame what they do to people, and I was afraid of that. That's why I wouldn't answer the door. If cops came to the door, look through the peephole, see cops, I ain't answering. I am not answering. They'd have snatched me up with their stupid welfare check and thrown me in a nursing home at 63, and I'd have never got out. Once you go in those places, they never let you go. So that would have been a terrible, terrible travesty. But that's why I'd like to leave this state. They can do it to anybody, and I listened to some of these guys down at the VA that done to a couple. Yeah, I got the DuckDuckGo also. I have that one, and I have the Brave browser. But I just got this thing on there called Tubi. It's called Tubi, and it's got hundreds of movies, and they're all free. You don't have to pay anything. But I still can't find The Wizard of Oz. I'd like to play that for the kids, but I don't have screen mirroring on my TV. This one don't have that. Neither one of them. I'd like to have a TV where I could screen mirror it, so that we could all sit and watch a good movie, and have the sound coming through there instead on this little teeny tiny screen. It's nice if there's nobody, like the one day I went in there was nobody else in the room with me getting the chemo. So I had my little phone and I was watching a movie. What was I watching that day? I forget what I was. Oh, Lawrence of Arabia. That's a great movie. I was watching that. Well, I'm not going to drag a laptop around. I got the big laptop here, but I don't use it for much. I really don't. It's just too big and heavy. It's one of them Apple ones. I got a refurbished one for $400. Works good. I mean, and they are a lot easier to use than a PC. From what you're doing. But when Sean comes, I want to have him show me how to do that iMovie so I can start making vlogs again on this phone. And I think I will go down to the iStore and pay him whatever I got to pay him to unlock this thing, because it's brand new phone. It's brand new. And it's a nice phone. I like it. I like it because it's nice and small. That other phone I had before was that little Samsung S10. Boy, I loved that phone. That was the best phone, but I dropped it and broke the screen, and now it's got the creeping black death. Yeah, I got this little iPhone right here. This little guy. Yeah. They sent it to me. I think it was my cable company sent it to me, but I'm not sure. But it's got all the Apple. I just put that little Tubi on there. I just downloaded that. You got to be careful on this. On my Samsung one, when I would download something from the store, okay, you just download it. Well, on this one, you go to download something, and they downloaded Bet for me. Well, I had to get rid of that. I didn't want Bet. I wanted Tubi. Well, they just mess with you. It's like these California people. They just gotta mess with you. Yeah, it's a brand new phone. It was brand new, and well, I got it. I went ahead and did all the stuff to it, but we tried to get it to work on my phone number through the cable, and it won't allow it. It says that it's locked. And then I went online to try to unlock it. Well, I can't do that either, so I'll have to take it into an iPhone store, wherever one of those are. And it's the i13. It's supposed to have a really good camera on it, but the best camera I ever seen was on this Samsung. It takes absolutely fantastic pictures, as good as any 35 millimeter mirror that I ever had, Nikon's or whatever. It takes beautiful pictures. I got some fantastic ones of the kids. I wish I could put them on here. I got one where Matty was riding his bicycle with his lights on, his blue bike, in the snow. Where it's like crystally on the ground. It's just absolutely. I was thinking of entering that in a contest. It was just such a pretty picture. With the way the glare was coming off the bike and the road, and the camera took it. And then I got a bunch of pictures from the Philippines where I took pictures of those big, I call them African monkey trees. Well, I got to find out who the carrier is. I have no idea who the carrier is, so I'll have to take it in and find out. Because it came in the mail one day in a box, and it didn't say anything on there. And I'm like, wow, where'd this come from? And then I remember my cable company said, if you have this cable for 6 months, you get a phone. And then pick your phone. And I remember just thinking, they're never going to do anything with this. And then this came, so I thought it was from the cable company, but they say no. And so I said, where's my phone? You're supposed to send me one. Well, they send you this little stupid flip phone. It's a little dumb one. But I'll tell you the truth. When I'm walking around, that's all I would want, just a little flip phone. I don't need to carry this thing around because I always worry about breaking them. And, they want so much money for these things. You break them, It might cost you a couple $100 to fix it. Yeah, I'll take it down like Wes said, and I'll take it down to one of them iPhone stores and see if they can unlock it. Because I would like to use it. I'd like to get rid of the Samsung. It's corrupted already. The Samsung phone. It does all kinds of stupid stuff. I got people calling me. I filled out a damn Section 8 housing thing, and it went to insurance. Well, I bought insurance. I went ahead and bought insurance. Now I got 50 people calling me a day wanting to sell me insurance for my Medicare and Medicaid. I don't need it. I already bought. I already bought it. Why are they calling me? I'm not going to change. I already selected the one I want, and I wish they would leave me alone. But they go, "Oh, hello. My name is John. I would like to sell you some insurance." I'm like, get the hell out of here. Leave me the hell alone. Quit calling my number. I wish, I'm going to have to get the phone company to change my number, because I'm just sick of this crap they pull on you. 50 damn calls a day. I got the ringer turned off because they were calling me so much. And then I see the number. If it comes up with that area code, I don't even answer it. Or I'll hit the green one and then red right away. And just cut them right off. I don't want their stinking insurance. I already got insurance. And it ain't cheap, guys. Man, when I was young, I had insurance through work. It cost me $25 a month. Now they want 1,000. Yeah, I got that. This phone here, I can't block it anymore because they did some kind of thing. They corrupted my phone and fixed my own blocker. Well, this one I can. I can block stuff with this one. And as these numbers come up, but it's a call center. So you got to get the main number. And once you block that main number, it blocks them all. It blocks anything that comes out of there. But it's some call center in Pennsylvania. And why are there a bunch of Indians working over there? And they say, "Hello, my name is John. My name is Bill. Oh, hey, how are you? Oh." But I get tired of this. My little daughter gave me a cool hat the other day. Look at that. I never had a blue hat before. My Smurf hat. She just gave me that the other day. I think that's a cool hat. Winter's over, but I'll keep it for next year. She's my little sweetie. Kids are doing fantastic in school. They're getting A's, A pluses, and all that. Yep, Papa Smurf. That's me. I got my Papa Smurf hat. Let's see. I like it. I've never seen anybody with a blue hat like this before. I've seen orange ones, yellow ones, green ones, purple ones, but I've never seen a blue one like this. That's a very nice hat. I'm going to wear that next year. I hope we wind up down south. I really do. That'll be so great if we can get in some warm weather. I could teach the kids how to hunt. Oh yeah, they're doing fantastic. I get a kick out of them because they can switch from Tagalog to English in the blink of an eye. And then I want them to learn Spanish too. Dorothy can start Spanish this coming year, and I want them to start that. So because you're of value when you speak different languages, you're of high value. And if they can speak Spanish, Tagalog, and English, that'd be great. And they're smart enough now, while they're young, to get them to. They're sponges now, and I'd like to get them to absorb as much as they can while they're young. I'm going to try to guide them right along, and they want to do it. Dorothy wants to do it. She wants to learn Spanish. And I said, yeah, Spanish. Another good one to be learned would be Chinese, but I'm not sure which one, Mandarin or Cantonese. I don't know which one is the most spoken or which one the government uses, but when they come and invade America, it'd be nice to know what Chinese, what they're saying. Yeah, they got good heads on their shoulder. I think Moon was the smartest one of the bunch. He's really something. His mind is so quick. He's so quick. He sits here and reads to himself at night. He reads himself a book. And then Dorothy, she'll read Maddie to sleep. She'll read a book in there. And I always said, if you can read, you can do anything. Like my dad said, you can do anything as long as you can read. And having some math skills don't hurt. And my little Matthew, he's really good at math. I mean, he's really excelling at math in school, so he'll be in the advanced, probably calculus when he gets bigger. He likes it. He likes all that kind of stuff. So we wanted to go do the motorcycle today, but man, my hands just weren't up to it. You know, they just weren't up to it. I'm gonna let the motorcycle shop put that on. I bought a center stand for the KLR. I got a righteous stunt clutch, and then I got the longer arm for the clutch cable. That'll make it a little easier to pull, because I couldn't pull the clutch in the other day. I put my hand on it, I couldn't squeeze that in. And it was only 9 pounds on the fishing scale. Oh, thanks, super nice. Thank you very much. That was super nice, by the way. Yeah, the good Lord has blessed us pretty good, though, I have to say. You know, every breath you take is a gift, and everybody needs to know that, because we're not here for very long. Used to be people lived 800-900 years, but we don't get that much now, you know. And if you're strong enough, you can live to be 120, but that's about it now. But not many people make it to there. I just seen a thing, they said Steve Harvey died. And then somebody got on there and said, no, he didn't. So I don't know. I like that guy. I watched him on TV. I think he's pretty cool. But last chemo tomorrow. That's it. I'll be done with that, and then I'm going to get a break from being poisoned. But maybe my hair will turn white again. I don't know. Oh well. My little buddy gave me a little note. It says, "Hi, Papa. Do you want a hug? Circle yes or no." He's my little cutie. He's such a sweet kid. Hardest kid in the world to get up in the morning, though. Man, he's just a bummer to get him up. He doesn't want to wake up. But he made me some coffee. We got these cups real cheap. It was like 4 of them for $1. Real nice cups. And I got this thing came in the mail today. I want to show you this. This is really cool. We tried it out already. And we plugged it in. Let me see if I can open it. My fingers won't even allow me to open this right now. Sorry, guys. But I got this thing today. It's a tire pump. This main part of this is just battery. It's got a little pump in here. We pumped up the football, pumped up the motorcycle tire, and you can set it. You can set it to how many PSI you want, and when it's done, it stops. And to start it, you just pull this out, stick it in here. It's pretty neat. Nice little pump. I'm gonna keep that in the back of the bike. I got to get one of them Plano suitcases, and I'm gonna bolt it down to my rack in the back. MF. Who's MF? Do you date men with no teeth? No, I don't date men. I don't do that. Yeah, there's some wins. Yeah, I like it. It's a little tiny one. And it's good for. I wanted it for the motorcycle. You know, that way I could have something real small, because the one for the car is a big one, and it pumps up. Pumps up real quick. So we'll throw that in the trunk. But this one on the bike, I can stick this in the. Like I say, down at Walmart, they got them Plano cases, and they got one that's perfect size. It's the exact size. I forget the number, 1602 or something, Plano case. And then you just drill some holes, and I can use the same bolts that are holding this rack on. And then I can put helmets in it. If you get the big lid, I can put 2 helmets in there, and I can put all my junk in there. And then it'll give the sweetie something to lean on too. Oh, my first bike I had was actually was a mini bike, and then I had a Husqvarna 400 when they had like 3 inches of suspension travel, and they called it a dirt bike. I had that, and then I had some Honda 350s. I had two-cylinder Honda 350s, and then I had a four-cylinder Honda 350, and then I had the 400 four-cylinder. And I had a 750 Honda. I had a 750 Suzuki Water Buffalo. I had an H2 Kawasaki. I had a Kawasaki 900. Let's see, what else did I have? I had a two Kawasaki 1000s. And then I had that Suzuki 1100. That was a speedy bike. And then I had a Suzuki 850. That was the GLZ with the shaft drive and the big cruiser bike. That thing was not. That was one of my favorites. But I've had Harleys. I had that Harley Fat Bob. I had a Buell. And absolutely my number one favorite bike in the whole world was that Buell Ulysses. That was the finest machine they ever made, and better than a Brough Superior. It had the fuel in the frame, it had the oil in the swing arm, had that huge air box, and that thing had balls. It had all kinds of balls. Western Flyer. Well, my first bike was actually my sister's. She called it the Speedy Mary. It was her little pedal bike. That was my first bike. But I've always loved two wheels. When I was young, I had a Nova race car with the 307, and I put so much money into that, and I could get like 11 seconds out of it in a quarter mile, and it was just too much money. So I switched over to bikes, and you could jump on a bike and get 10 seconds in a quarter mile on some of these motorcycles back then. They were just speedy compared to a car. And I just love to ride. I've always loved to ride. The whole family has. My brother Steve, this summer, we were going out for big rides. He's got a very nice bike. It's that Yamaha 1900. Looks like a Harley. And he put this really cool windshield on it. It goes all the way up above his head. And that's a really nice bike. That is a fantastic. It's beautiful. And I believe he got a pretty good deal on it. But I had a bunch of different bikes. I had lots of bikes. I had a XR 650, a couple of them. I had a DR 650. Now I got this KLR 650. I like the middleweights. And this, we got a pretty bumpy road out here. And I can just fly right over all them bumps. You don't even know they're there. It's like driving a cloud. And that KLR, I was thinking of getting the XR 650 again, because those are really nice, the suspension on them. But it didn't have a windshield and all the stuff, and I thought, nah, that's no good. And then I looked at the DR. I'm thinking, no. And then when I saw the KLR, I thought, okay, I'll take it. It was like $6,200, and it's the big one. It's not the S model. It's the tall one. And my feet just barely hit the ground, And it's a fantastic bike. I just love it. I was in the store one day, and this cop pulled up next to it, and he's sitting there, and he's right next to the bike, and he's just sitting there looking at the bike. And then I come out. He goes, "I want to see who the hell was riding that damn thing." He says that bike really makes a statement, because it's booger green. It's a big booger. That's what my son named it. Yeah, the Rebel's a nice bike, but the Buells, oh man, that Ulysses, I wished I'd have never sold it. That was absolutely the finest machine I ever had. I loved to get on it and ride that thing. The original tires that came with it, just the Pirellis, those are junk. I put some Michelin Pilot 2s on there, and I must have put, I don't know, I put about 50 grand on that damn thing, riding around back and forth to work. I had the Harley too, with the supercharger and the nitrous. That thing was speedy, go fast. I'm telling you, we had to make an extra 4-inch longer swing arm that looked factory. And we moved the fender back a little bit. Nobody could tell. I had to get a custom belt made out of this. I can't remember the name of the company. They make the belts for them, and I said I needed one that was a little bit longer. And we took a string, went around, and I sent it to them, and they sent me a couple belts. They were like $90 a piece. And I put the belt on there, and everybody, they couldn't tell that it wasn't stock, but the geometry of it kept the front end down, from the front end picking up. Because when I first hit the gas, oh man, I almost fell off the thing. I had to put a king and queen seat on it, and then I had the forward controls. Well, those, I shit canned those right off the bat. First run I took when I fired the nitrous, and I got rid of them, and I put mid controls on it, and then I'd lay across the tank because that thing was a speedy. That was a speedy go fast bike. But I had like 20 pounds of boost and 150 shot of nitrous on that thing, cast iron jugs, and it held together. I got rid of the crank. I had like a 3/4 inch crank, I think, and I put an 1.25 inch crank on it, a one piece, a milled one. And I told this company NHRH out of New Hampshire. I said, look, I want to build a bulletproof bike I can ride to work and then take the drag strip on the weekends. And they sent me all the stuff, but they couldn't send me the supercharger. They said, you put a supercharger on this thing and you're going to have one hell of a machine. And it had them flat top titanium pistons and 20 pounds of boost. And man, that thing had some balls. And it dug in too. I got the tire out of Japan. It was a drag tire, but it still had all the writing on the side. It looked stock. And that dang thing would ripple. I had a buddy taking pictures with his phone, and when I took off that tire like a drag tire, it just rippled in a... I was gone. I was gone. I had some guy on the Hayabusa wanted to race me up in the desert. And he kept getting smaller and smaller in the mirror. And then when I cut off the gas, he shoots by me at about 180 miles an hour. Well, I was done already. My bike was limited to 150. I could get it up to 150 in 3 gears. Boop, 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 just like that. That was one hell of a machine. They stole it, though. I had it up in Victorville, and I had it sitting out front. No kidding. And then they took it. And next thing I know, oh, where's my bike? And the police said, hey, we found the frame over in the field. I mean, they had that thing stripped in like an hour. There must have been a bunch of them threw it in the back of a truck or something. But the neighbor said they seen the dude come up, and then they didn't think nothing of it. They thought it was my buddy and went back in the house. So they must have pulled up in a van or something. Oh yeah, it was a real bummer because I bought it for $18,000. I put $18,000 into it. So I had this $36,000 rocket, 9 seconds in the quarter mile. That thing was just speedy as hell. I actually had this girl run it at the track. She weighed about 90 pounds, and she had a drag bike. She had one of them, the BMW Harley. What do they call that one again? I can't remember what they call it. But it's the one with the double overhead cam, and she was dragging that thing, and I says, hey, I want to see what kind of time, because I put the time on your gas tank, and I had a flat black tank, and I wanted to put a time on there. She ran 8.3. And she goes, man, it was faster than hers. She goes, I didn't know that these were faster than what they call her bike. Damn, I can't remember what they called that one. The Harley made it for a while. I think BMW designed the motor. No, it was, oh shit. Why, my brain, I think the chemo's got my brain messed up. I'll think of it at 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was. But it was the Harley with the dual overhead cam that BMW built the motor for them. They're the ones who licensed the motor out. And I looked at them, but I didn't like them because they were too low to the ground. My Fat Bob, I was able to raise that up real easy. I was able to put like 4 inches on the rear suspension, and I put 6 inches up on the front. Of course, I had to get a longer kickstand, and then I extended the swing arm. And you couldn't tell when you were looking at it. You couldn't tell. It looked like a stock bike the way I had it raised up for me, because I'm a big guy. I'm 6'8". And I don't want to sit on the ground. I want to see over the traffic. It's like this Buell. My head's way up above the traffic. I'm way up above the cars. My butt is at the roof of most cars. And I think it's 38 inches, 37, 38 inches off the ground. And boy, I'll tell you what. And it's got a really nice seat on it. that's the first bike in a long time that has just a perfect seat on it, and I just like everything about it. I like sitting there holding the handlebars. It's got a little bit of a windscreen, keeps the wind off your chest. I took it for a couple little short jaunts on the highway, like one exit to another, got her up to 90 and then back down because I'm still breaking in the motor and following my brother. And the dang thing just runs great. I mean, it's just a fantastic bike. I got to take it up and get the oil changed as soon as my hand works again, and I want them to put the center stand on in my stunt clutch and all that. I'll let them do that because I just can't right now, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it up there. I might have to have somebody come and get it. So let's see about that Harley. Let me go on my other phone. Okay, I don't know where they. Oh, there it is. Harley motorcycles. Siri, what was the name of that Harley motorcycle that BMW made?
During World War II, the U.S. Army
Oh
asked
no,
Harley
not World
Davidson.
War II, you dummy. I want the 19 or 2015 Harley Davidson. Siri, show me 2015 Harley Davidson. Okay, motorcycles. J.D. Palm. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Harley Davidson. Okay, what do they call that? Oh, get out of the way. I hate that when they put all this bullshit on here. Oh, there's the big FLHs. The new Sportster's pretty cool looking. And I talked to one fellow at a light one day, and he says, man, this thing's got balls and a half. I had an 883, and right at the dealership, I had him put the 1200 jugs on it. And nobody knew it. You know, I still kept the 883 on the side, but that thing would dig in and go, guys. That was a pretty speedy bike. Well, I can't find it. And there's a Sportster. Well, I guess nobody's selling their BMW Harley. There's a whole bunch of them for sale here. Yeah, it's all baggers. Who the hell wants a bunch of them big stupid baggers? Three-wheeler. Come on, where is that thing? 99 more results. No, I'm not finding it. I don't know why my brain won't tell me what that is. I must be losing my mind. As soon as I see it, I'm going to go, oh. I'm still looking on this iPhone for it, guys. If anybody knows what it is, let me know, because my brain is really messed up right now. Yeah, that's all the stupid regular Harleys. Why can't they show one? Did they make them in 2015? Siri, 2010 Harley Davidsons. Let's see how they do some motorcycles. I don't know when they made them, from what year to what year. Crap. Yeah, my brain, it's fried. That chemo's got me almost. Oh, there it is. VRSC, Night Rod. Yep, there it is. V-Rod Muscle. Yeah, they're V-Rod. That's what they called it. That was the BMW design motor. I don't know how many horsepower they were, but they were quite a bit of horsepower. Very speedy bike. Very speedy bike. But they wanted a lot of money for them, and it was so low to the ground. I looked at it. They let me take one for a ride, and I was like, I don't want this damn thing. It would cost me too much to get it up in the air to fit me. And then the Fat Bob was 18. It was a couple thousand more, but I'm looking at it thinking, oh, this is going to be cheap to get it up in the air. I put another like 4 inches on the rear suspension, and then I lengthened the swing arm, and we moved the shock thing inboard a little bit, which got me even higher. So if you looked at a regular Harley, the back thing was like this. Well, mine was like this, and it handled very well. I mean, that bike handled really good. And then I lengthened the front end. My Sportster was a piece of junk. That thing used to get the worst head shake of any bike I ever had. I had a Suzuki that would do that a little bit, but that Sportster, that thing was horrible for that. You know, that was a death machine. No, I don't want to be low to the ground. Somebody hits you in the shoulder with their bumper, kill you. You know, this bike here, if I see somebody coming along the side, I can pick my legs up and they'll hit the bike underneath me, and I'll roll right over the top of them. I'm so high up in the air. That's a safety thing. And I don't ride fast anymore anyway. You know, I just get over in the right-hand lane and putz along. I like those tires on there. A lot of people say, oh, those tires are no good. You know, those dang, I forget what they call them. Death wings or something like that. But the tires on this thing are real good. Front one only takes like 21 pounds and the back 36, but you go over bumps, you don't even feel it. And I just like getting on it and riding it. You know, I feel like I'm really in command up on top of that thing. Just like when I had my XR650. The first one I bought used, and this dude said he had 6 or 7 grand in the suspension. And that thing, you could fly through the desert at 80 miles an hour. And then I wound up trading that one off, and I bought a brand new one. You couldn't do 50 in the desert on that one. The suspension would just bottom out. It was just really crappy. I should have kept the first one, you know. And it ran good. I mean, that's a great motor. You can't hurt those motors. You just can't hurt them. I remember Steinmetz. That was Patrick McGowan on Columbo. He was Steinmetz, the CIA agent. That's pretty good. I love that show. I watched one of them the other day, the Columbo show. Yeah, the V-Rod. The V-Rod, they looked cool, and they were pretty speedy. Is that where you got your name? Oh, cool. That used to be my favorite show when I was a kid, Columbo. I used to watch that all the time. Well, I drank all my coffee. I got to charge up my laptop today. It's got one of them little magnet thingies. Let's see. Yeah, it's a booger green KLR 650. I wish I could put the picture on here because it is beautiful. I got it sitting in the garage now. It just wants me to ride it, and it's nice. I'd like to put a Kickstarter on it too, though. They sell them. It's just I got to take the side plate off and put the Kickstarter on. I just got to get the money to buy it. It's always nice to have that stuff. I put Kickstarter on a lot of my bikes, you know, just in case the battery goes. But this one here, if you disconnect the battery, it'll stay running. I had a couple bikes, if you disconnect the battery, they shut off. You know, so you don't need to put a Kickstarter on those because they ain't going to run anyway. But I hope they get stronger and stronger. I'm so skinny right now. You know, I used to weigh like 260. Now I'm 190. You know, and most of my life I weighed about 290. But now I'm 190 pounds, and like the guy on the desert island with the one coconut tree. I shaved my beard though, and I'm just bone skinny. Yeah, Steinmetz. I'll get some. I'm gonna do a blog thing on that once I get this phone working, where I can use my Sony cams again, and I want to do like a review of it. You know, for me, I don't care what bike it was in the whole world other than the Buell Ulysses. I couldn't see myself on another bike. You know, it's just everything I wanted. It's got the nice windscreen. I don't have to put a lot of money in it. I did need to get the center stand. That was $100. I need that in case we get a flat somewhere out. It's nice to have that. Plus, it'll protect the underside of the motor in case we hit something, a curb or something. Because they got a real crappy plastic thing under there. I'm not going to put aluminum one though. Them plastic ones, you can scrape right by on those. And it's got a hole in it for changing the oil. I want to get a shallow plug though. That plug sticks out pretty far. I want to get one of them little shallow magnet plugs, or an Allen plug, because that one they got on there is too big. You hit something with that, you're going to bust your case. And that happened to me. That happened to me on one of my 350s. It had that big, somebody had put it on there. I bought it used and it had this big long plug, and I went over a curb and it hit that on the edge of the curb and just ripped the case right in half. And I just left it in the people's yard for the garbage men to come get. But yeah, I can't do much with these guys right now. This is the most I've been able to do to them in the last 4 months. So I've been doing this every day and doing this, and I got my hand squeezers here, but I can't squeeze them yet. I just can't get any pull on them, and they're cold all the time. So, and we ran out of those little heat packs. When I was in the hospital, they were heating me wash rags up in plastic bags in the microwave, and I was putting my hands on that, and they were staying warm for a pretty long time. And then my hands work, but when my hands get cold, they don't want to work. That's why we got to head down south. And Ronald, he knows all the good areas down there. Because I saw some really nice houses, and I showed him this one house, and I said, "Oh, look at this one. It's got like 10 acres of ground, and a nice little house, needs fixed up a little bit." He goes, "Man, you don't want to be over there." He says that is not the place you want to be. So he's been there since he was a young man, so he knows the area, and so we'd like to take all that down. I'll probably, once we get a car, I'll have to get a trailer for the bike, or if I could get a pickup truck with 4 doors on it, so the kids got room, because it's not just the wife and me anymore. We got the 3 kids. Hey, Bams. Yeah, I used to go up to the high desert and ride. My buddy would take the truck with our tents and all our food and stuff like that, and we would go up to the desert, stay the whole weekend, shoot coyotes all night, and then during the day I'd ride the bike. They had these big hills I could go up on that first XR 650 I had. That guy had the gearbox changed. He spent so much money on that bike, I should have kept it. Once he got it all done, he got tired of it, and I got it for, I paid $4,500 for it. And boy, was that a nice bike. You could hit huge bumps sitting down and you didn't even feel it. Like a motorcycle trailer, and then a place on the side to put the rest of your stuff. Like maybe a big box or something. I used to have a motorcycle trailer that would hold 3 motorcycles, but you can go up to these Lowe's and stuff and get a single motorcycle carrier, and then I could probably put stuff on the side of that and tie it to the bike if we head down south, and just take it easy. Because you can get one of them for about $300, I think. But we got to get the car first. And if we don't get one by fall, we're going to have to wait until next year, because the prices go way up on the winter beaters. Be nice to even have a box trailer you can put in, and the cops don't bother you. A lot of times they'll see you dragging a motorcycle and they'll pull you over and run the plate on the bike and all this kind of crap. Fishing expeditions. That happened to me one time before. I had the bike on a trailer, and I'm driving out in California, and there's no plate on the bike, so they pull me over. And they're running the VIN, and we got a lot of motorcycles stolen. Well, what makes you think I stole this one? Well, you don't got a plate on it. Well, it's not on the road either. It's on a trailer, ain't it? And I had a plate on the trailer. They just give me a hard time. Those San Bernardino, what do they call them, highway patrolmen, they're nothing but pirates, all of them. All they want to do is take your damn money. Horse trailers are a lot more around here. I mean, they want $1,500, $2,000 for a beat up horse trailer. And I don't, that's kind of big to be hauling a horse trailer. I don't know what kind of car I'm going to get. I need something real light, like a boat trailer or something that I could put the bike on. But they do sell nice motorcycle trailers, little small ones. They don't weigh nothing. And you just put your bike on the back, and then they got a little platform on either side of it for your feet. Well, you can put stuff on there, boxes of stuff, tie it all down with a tarp. And I got a real nice tarp for the bike. It says it's guaranteed to 70 miles an hour on the highway. And it's the tarp for the KLR, custom made for the KLR. And it's like a four thingies. And it's a nice tarp. I paid like $150 for it, and it's worth every penny, I think. And it's got a lifetime guarantee. If it ever rips or the stitches come out, you send it back, and they'll give you another one. And it's got a lock on it. It's got a big cable lock that goes through the bottom. And you can't cut it with a knife. You try to cut this thing with a knife, you poke a knife in this thing, it won't go in. I'm telling you, I don't know if it's made out of Kevlar or what, but it's a hell of a nice thing. Yeah, I know. But I did see a couple Cadillac Fleetwoods for like $4,000, $5,000 with low miles that looked to be pretty good. They got real good detailed pictures. And, the one guy said this thing's A1. You could drive to California and back. You won't have a bit of trouble with it. And talked to him on the phone a little bit, but I just don't have the cash. I wish I had it. I would run over there and get it right now, but it was a very beautiful car. And then they had a '79 Lincoln that was just spotless. It looked like it should have been on a showroom. Motor ran great. Took it for a drive. That thing was perfect. But 5,000 and it sold. I didn't have the money for it. And that would have been a nice car for the family. Nice and big. Everybody says, "Oh, what do you want an old car like that for?" I don't care. When you don't have a car, you take what you can get. And I can't afford a $20,000 car. Everybody says, "Well, why don't you buy a new car?" Well, I don't know I'm going to get the money for a damn new car. I can't afford that. They want 50, 60, 70 grand for cars now. But I saw some really nice Mercuries and Crown Victorias with that 4.6 motor. Years ago when I came into Cleveland, I rented one of those. And when I was in California, I drove Mercedes and BMWs. And I'll tell you what, guys, I would take that dang Mercury Marquis over any Mercedes or BMW they make. That was one of the finest cars I ever drove. That thing was quiet. It had tons of power. It held the road like it was a sports car. In them roads in Pennsylvania. That thing was just absolutely fantastic car. Oh, yeah, that's a great motor. That 4.6 is probably one of the best motors, that and the 302 that Ford ever made. And plenty of power. And you open up the hood and there's that cute little motor in there. Oh, it's so cute, little modular motor. Oh, isn't he a baby? I'm looking at that thing, and when I gave it back to the rental car company, we went and got it all cleaned up, and I pulled it into place and told the guy, "Man, I wish it was mine." He goes, "Yeah, a lot of people say that." And it was nice. It was a gold one with a gray interior in it, and it was just the most comfortable car. And it had the sway bar in the back like the cop cars got, and loads of power, guys. I mean, it had all the power you want. I don't know how many horsepower it was, but you hit the gas and that thing was going. It was really cruising. Plus, it was real stable on the highway. We were going a night drive, like 3 in the morning, out to PA, and I got on the turnpike, and I had it up to like 120. And just this thing was just cruising. It didn't mind it at all. And then we got into our exit, and we were going around the corner at like 80. I didn't even realize I was doing 80 until I looked at the thing, and it just hugged that big clover leaf, no problem. The tires didn't squeal, nothing. I was like, boy, what a good car. What a fantastic car. I always said, boy, I wished I could have one. And then every time I want something, they quit making it. They stopped making the Mercury Marquis. But the Crown Vic's a nice car, too. I think they still make those. I'm not sure. But that's a nice sized car for me. The Fords, I got plenty of headroom. The GM's, the headroom ain't there. But that Fleetwood that I saw over there, that one had a kind of a high roof. That was a big Fleetwood, 99 Fleetwood, and then they had a 94 Fleetwood. And immaculate shape. And both of them were really nice. But you know, the guy wanted for the one that had 50,000, he wanted 5,000 for that one, and then just about 10 streets over, the other guy had a Fleetwood. He wanted 4,500 for his, and he said, "You just don't drive it no more." He said, I don't want to leave it just sit. He goes, we don't drive it anymore. My wife don't use it. I don't drive it. He had some kind of a little CTS Cadillac. He says, I just don't drive it no more. So no sense in keeping it. And it had the nice rims on it, and those are North Star motor. That's a good motor. And boy, I wish I would have had the cash to hand that guy, so we could have a car. But the first one I looked at, the green one, boy, that thing was absolutely gorgeous, inside and out. Even the carpet was still like new in it. It was an old guy, 89 years old, and that was him and his wife's retirement car. 50,000 on it. It's 94 and it's only got 50,000 on it. But what a beautiful car. My dad had a big Fleetwood limousine. I just love them things. They're just a real nice car. I remember going to church every Sunday, listening to Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass in his big Cadillac. He got it from a funeral home. It had the 3 rows of seats in it. But yeah, real nice car. But I hope we find something soon. The VA told me that they can help us out with one too if they get a donation. And we missed a vehicle the month before. Hey, it's a little loud in there. She's screaming to the Philippines again. But it was a 2007 Pontiac van that had 7,000 miles on it. And the little old lady just didn't drive it anymore, so they donated it to the VA. And some fellow with his legs, from Afghanistan, the guy's legs messed up, and then I guess his church put the hand controls on it for him. And that was a really nice looking thing. She showed me pictures of it, because they send you pictures and say, hey, we want to donate this, and they get a little bit off their taxes, I guess. But she said, 3-4 times a year they get donations, and I'm on the top of the list. Hopefully somebody gives out a nice car that I can fit in anyway, So, but yeah, it only had 7,000 miles on it, and the thing looked like brand new. It was kept in the garage the whole time. The tires on it looked great. They had detailed pictures of that one too. And the VA said, okay, we'll take it. Well, they gave it to that young dude. He was only like 30 years old. He got his legs blowed off, one of them road mines, poor guy. That would really suck. You're just some young dude and you're going over there supposedly for your country and you get your legs blowed off. What a bummer. What a stinking bummer. What the hell are we doing over there anyway? Let them people fight it out. Let them kill themselves. Who gives a shit? None of our business. But nope. The U.S. has got to stick its nose in everybody else's business, saying that they're the policemen of the world. I don't want the U.S. be the policeman. I don't want to pay for any of this shit. I don't give a damn about Ukraine. Who gives a crap? I don't give a crap about all that over there anywhere, or the Middle East or anything, or Iran or Iraq. Leave them alone. They don't like us. Good, leave us alone. I'm all for being an isolationist. Just screw everybody. We're going to close our doors. Don't come here. You don't like us? Get lost. That's what I say. If they made me president, that's exactly what I would do. I would shut our borders and kick everybody out, whether people liked it or not. And if the green-haired, purple-haired, rainbow freaks don't like it, we'll kick them out too. They could take a swim in the ocean, go to some other country, and then go over there to one of these countries, and they'll throw them off a building. They're sticking up for these dang Muslims, and they don't realize they're going to be the first ones to get themselves killed for being, queers. Yeah, it's a mess down there. It's a stinking mess. But you know what else is a mess? These Israelis say, oh, we're just bombing military targets. They got these people in there flying over with drones, and they're just devastating whole towns. I mean, they're just bombing the shit out of everything like the U.S. did in World War II to the Japs and Dresden and all that shit. They're doing the same thing. They're carpet bombing the shit out of these people, Now, I don't think those people should come in and take that land. I really don't. You know, it was nothing but a desert, and the Israelis, they made it nice. You know, God's on their side, and they turned it into a paradise. Now, these people want to move in and take it? I don't think so. I don't think so. But what a mess that is over there, and it should be none of our business. It should be none of our business. I don't want nothing to do with any of those people. You guys want to fight? Fight. Go ahead. Here, we'll sell you some guns. Shoot each other. You know, make a few bucks. But what a mess that is over there. And same thing over in Iran and all this stuff. They hate us. They stinking hate us. Leave us alone. But you got all these people crossing the border now. They got Chinese coming in. They got these Somalis coming in. I don't know. Personally, myself, if I see one coming across the border, shoot him in the stomach. Throw him in the river. I wouldn't even think twice about it. We're being invaded. Our country is being invaded. And that's an army. I don't care what anyone says. You don't see any women and children. It's all young dudes. And they're going to put them in strategic places. You know, we're going to have to, you know, it's going to come to some kind of a war with these people. I truly believe that. You know, it's going to be a stinking mess because they're getting to be too many of them. You know, I'm glad we all got constitutional carry here. I got my AR, and I got my 9mm. I like a 45, but the 9 will do. You know, you put 2 of them in there. But I love that gun. It's very accurate. We used to go up to the desert, and we had a 100-yard piece of wood up against this big bank, and they had these yellow bricks about this big. And I could hit that 8 out of 10 times. I could hit a brick with that 9mm, that Beretta 92. That's why the U.S. government adopted that. That is really an accurate pistol. Yeah, absolutely, Steinmetz. It is needed more now than ever because it's going to come to a shooting war with these people. It really is. The one thing I don't like, though, about Trump, I watch all these things on YouTube with these police, how they abuse their powers. And he comes in and wants to give them more so they can do their job, he says. They already got qualified immunity. They can kill you and get away with it. Now he wants to give them more of that? I don't think so. I think that they should be just like a doctor. I think that they should have to get malpractice insurance, just like a doctor does. And if they shoot somebody and it's found to be unjust, they should go to jail just like anyone else. But no, he wants to give more power. That's why he's a New York liberal. I don't care what anyone says. I know a lot of people are going to jump all over me for this, but he's nothing but a New York liberal. They say, oh, he's the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. Screw you. You know, you come up with that crap. I don't want to hear that. I want to see some of these police powers taken away. They're like a damn military. I just watched one the other day where they came in with this big SWAT truck and they smashed into the front of the house and they ran in the house and threw all the people on the ground. Wrong house. It was the wrong house. And the criminal was across the street. He got away. The guy they were looking for. I'm like, these idiots. I think in order to be a cop, you have to have an IQ of about 40. You know, Forrest Gump. You know, they're just not. There's one cop that comes here, though. I think his mother lives here. He's a pretty cool guy. And then I met the other one here at the door. But then they got these chick cops, which is really stupid. And this chick was so small. She's about as big as Dorothy. And that, to me, is a big mistake. That is a big mistake. I watched on YouTube this Chicano, this little tiny Chicano cop. She starts harassing this young black kid. He was like 15, 16 years old. And he just gave her a shove and took her gun from her, and she was crying like a baby. Help, help. She's getting on the radio. Help, help. And they had to get these 2 big cops to come save her bacon. Little fat thing. She probably couldn't even beat her weight out of a paper bag. And then they want to be firemen. The firemen that came to this place, these guys are 6'4", 300-pound monsters. They could pick my ass up and carry me out. What do you think this little 140-pound woman can do? She can't even wear her fireman's uniform without falling down. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Women should not be cops or firemen. To me, anyway. They say, oh, you're just one of them anti-women or something. No. We've all got our roles to play. And being a woman being a cop, that's not her role. Women are to be a mom, you know, and nurture and all that baloney. You don't become a cop. And then what happened? They showed these two women cop. The guy opened up his door and they pulled their guns out and shot him to death. They just started, the one chick shooting her gun never even hit anything. She just shot right through the apartment. Watch it. Pull it up on YouTube. Two dumb chicks shooting some dude. He opens up his door and they start shooting him because he had a phone in his hand. He had one of them, one of them Walmart phones with the antenna on it, the cordless jobs. And as soon as they see that, they pull out their guns and they shoot the poor guy. They shoot him. They shot him to death. It's like, what the? And they're not. Nothing's going to happen to them. They're going to get away with it. Oops. We thought it was a gun. We thought he had a gun and officer safety. Well, what about citizen safety? And I see these cops disarming people. Don't touch my gun. I ain't touching yours. They think everybody is a stinking criminal. And it makes me sick to watch this stuff. But if you were beat up in school and you got bullied a whole lot, then become a cop. That's what most of them do. And then they want to bully you. And they're all, to me, most of them are a bunch of damn punks because they say, oh, there's good ones. Oh, there's good cops. Well, they stand there and watch the bad cops do stuff and they do nothing. So they're just as bad, if you ask me. Watch some of this YouTube stuff, guys. The camera don't lie. I mean, I didn't believe it until I started watching this. Some of my buddies sent me these links to these channels. And as you get on those channels, you find more channels. And I got a whole bunch of these cop watch channels where these police are absolutely horrible. And they'll give you a ticket just because they're pissed off at you. They'll make something up. They can just come up and say, "Oh yeah, I saw you go through a stop sign." Well, there's nothing on their dash cam. There's nothing on their body cam. And you go into court, and they always side with the cop. They're never going to side with you because they want to take your money. They're just a money-generating thing for the state. That's all it is. And they're a bunch of pricks, if you ask me. They're road pirates. And then they got this thin blue line thing. That ain't the American flag, guys. That is not the American. That's a gang colors. That's exactly what that is. That's stinking gang colors. And anybody who has it, and you see these cops are all covered in tattoos. What the hell's the matter with them? There's somebody you really want to hire. Somebody comes in there completely covered in tattoos and they're shaving their head bald like the pharaoh or something. Why don't they wear a princess lock? The freaks. And most of them there's something wrong with them. They're just nasty to you. Some of these ones around here though, they were the ones I talked to are pretty cool. They seemed like they were pretty good, but this is Berea. It's a higher quality over here. But you get into towns. They just had this big thing over in Elyria where the black kid, they pulled him over and he went to get out of the car and the cop just beat the shit out of him. Pulled him out of the car and just started punching him in the face, threw him to the ground. And then they grab little tiny women and they throw them to the ground, knock this poor girl out. I mean, they're just horrible. They're horrible the way they're treating the citizens. And Trump wants to give them more of abuse. Let them abuse people even more. Oh, so they can do their job. Bull crap. It's a big pile of bull crap. If they do something wrong, let it come out of their pension. If we did something to them, we'd be in the pokey for the next 50 years. But these guys do whatever they want. And they get, like that one guy, he beat the crap out of the kid. You know what he got? He got 90 days. If you beat the crap out of the cop, you wouldn't get out in 90 years. But this prick, the judge gave him 90 days, and I'm looking at that judge going, they're all in cahoots. They're in cahoots. They're all buddies. They all go drinking together. It's just a big mess. I don't particularly like them. They probably don't like me either. I don't know who my wife's talking to, but it's in Tagalog. It must be the Philippines. Oh man, me, I can go to that thing and sleep on the way there and sleep when I get there tomorrow. Get my glasses on. See what you guys are writing. Yeah, I really like my pistol. I can carry that in my one holster with just a t-shirt on. You don't even know I got it. Now in this state though, when you're in the state of Ohio, if you run into a cop, you have to let them know you have a firearm. That's the law here. Oh yeah, yeah. They fill them up. They get their cheap labor force, just like the Gestapo with the Jews. So they get you doing all this work for nothing, and they're going to throw you into pokey and give you these huge sentences for no crime. I see these people getting arrested for not using a blinker. Watch the YouTube channels. This one guy did not use his blinker, and this cop's like, "Get out of the car." He's like, "Ah." So he drags him out of the car, throws him to the ground, steps on his neck, puts him in cuffs, and takes him to jail for not using the blinker. Now, if anybody, that is abuse of power if I've ever seen it. That guy. It's gonna come to it where they're gonna start shooting these cops. I'm betting you. I'm betting you money. They're gonna sit on the side of the road like you've seen those two cops that were eating lunch, and somebody ran. They're never gonna find out who it is. They ran up on them, shot them both in the head, and took off. They ran up on the backside, shot them in the head, and I think there's gonna be a lot more of that because the way these cops abuse the citizenry, and I think there's gonna be a lot more of that. That one guy, he shot the cop with a rifle from a quarter mile away. Get him. It's just terrible. And then they showed that judge pull a gun on this guy in the back of a truck. These people are just going hog wild. They think they can do whatever the hell they want, and they got no more rights than we got. Except they get to walk around in a clown costume, carrying their gun with their little thin blue line, thinking they're something special. Well, they ain't. Most of them are retarded, if you ask me. They have maybe an IQ of 40, 35, 40. They're just a bunch of damn idiots. They don't know the laws. You see these guys all the time. Oh, what's the First Amendment? Oh. What's the Fourth Amendment? Oh. What's the Fifth Amendment? Oh. And they swore an oath to the Constitution, these guys. And they don't know what it is. They don't know what they swore an oath to because they're idiots. They didn't make it through school. I'm sure they got D's and F's in school. They got pushed down in the gym class. They got their pants pulled down in the shower room. And they got snapped with a towel because they're nothing but punks. And that's what you get. That's exactly what you get. They're the ones that become cops, and then they cover themselves in tattoos. I showed this one cop. He had tats all the way up around his neck, his arms, full sleeves. I'm like, what kind of cop are you with all that crap on you? I think that is a really filthy thing to have tattoos. That's just my opinion, though. I would never get one. When I was in the Navy, all my buddies said, "Oh, why don't you get a tattoo?" No, I don't want one. I don't want to become somebody's lampshade, And they say, "Oh, we'll pay for it. You're just being cheap." No, I do not want one. I don't care if it's free or not. I don't want anything to do with the tattoo. I think they look cheesy and cheap. Yeah, Steinmetz, they are. They're a gang. They're pirates. They're road pirates is what they are. And then they got this shit where they can take your money on the road and you don't get it back. That dude out in Arizona, he got his $89,000 because he didn't trust the bank and he was going to his daughter's. He's going to buy a house or something like that. And they took it. But he had a camera. That's the only thing that got him his money back because he had a camera. But they take your money. They took some dude, this trucker's, he was going to go buy a brand new truck. He had $100 and some thousand, $150,000. And the state of Tennessee took his money. And he can't get it back. And then you get this stupid dude with the patch. That asshole up in Congress. What's his name? I forget his name, but he's a real dick. He wants more of that. And they got dogs that'll sniff money, and if they find money on you, they take it. Well, you can't, that ain't right taking my money. That's where you got to pull out a gun and shoot these fuckers in the face. I'm telling you, this is the biggest pile of crap. They're nothing but robbers. They're the same as a damn robber walking into a convenience store pulling a gun. They're just nothing but robbers. And they got the law on their side. Oh yeah, we could steal your money, legally. Screw you. And that thin blue line, baloney. I see one of them stupid flags on them. I'm thinking, you prick, you stinking gangbanger. It's like the Crips and the Bloods. That's all they are. And the Crips and the Bloods would probably kick their ass because they're all a bunch of retarded sissies, if you ask me. Don't mind me. I'm getting on a roll. Can't stand them son of a guns. I never had a good thing with them. The first time I had an interaction with a cop, I was walking down the road. I just bought this really cool leather jacket. It was like a real dark green, almost black, World War II. I got it from the Goodwill, and it fit me perfect. It was like this SS officer's leather coat, and it was real heavy. And I had this really nice hat, and I'm walking down the street, and they just started harassing me. Threw me in the car, frisked me, went through all my stuff. You got any guns? And oh yeah, Dan Crenshaw, he's a dick. And then the other time, I rented an apartment, and I just moved in. I just moved in, and it had a door down on the bottom and a door upstairs. Well, I had barricaded the door downstairs, and somebody's knocking on my upstairs door, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And they said, is Miller there? I'm like, there ain't no Miller here. There's no Miller here. Maybe that's. And they kicked my door in, and like 10 cops came in, threw me to the ground, hauled me off to jail. I said, my wallet's right there. I ain't no Miller. And they didn't care. And when I came back, all my shit was gone. They left the door wide open, and people came in and stole all my shit. You know, my dresser, they just took everything. They took all the stuff out of the kitchen, my pots, my pans, everything. They had like a yard sale. I was in jail for 4 days. That's the run-in that I had with the cops. You know, that was a long time ago. That's one of the reasons I left Cleveland. Because the stinking cops, they were always watching me. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't a criminal or anything like that. But because I'm real tall, you know, they had their eyeballs on me. So yeah, and that Crenshaw, somebody ought to poke his other eye out, that asshole. Throw him in the lake. He's a big stinking dick. You know, these guys get in there and say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then when they get in there, they do whatever they want. Or they do what their corporate sponsors tell them to do. And he's a punk. He's a stinking punk. I'd like to go poke his other eye out, the prick. He wants that asset forfeiture crap. What a dick. I'm surprised his constituents don't vote him out. But once these guys are in, you can't get rid of them. You just, you know, they're in for life. Look at these guys who are in 40, 50 years. Give me a break. Well, even when it comes to the cops in Elyria too, you get into town, they're horrible. They're not good. You get away from it out in the suburbs, the cops are, you know, they don't have the stress that they got, you know, as they do downtown. But they got their different gangs. I go through some of these neighborhoods going to the VA, and you see these houses. It's like they were in a war zone. They're all bombed out. Windows are all broken. You know, the same thing like in Pittsburgh. When you almost get into Pittsburgh, they got all the look like this Afghanistan, and it's not. It's the U.S. So actually, I really like Cleveland. I like it out in the suburbs here, like Berea. They got these real nice bike trails and stuff, but I carry a gun everywhere I go. If I take my family anywhere, I got constitutional carry here, and I take it everywhere I go. You know, I'm not going to have anybody, and I can work the controls on it. I can work the safety, and I can work the trigger. I just changed the magazines out the other day, and making sure I could still shoot it and get my hand on it real quick. You know, it's a big, heavy gun. If you run out of bullets, you can always beat somebody in the head with it. It's nice and heavy. And I just love that. I just love that Beretta 92. It's a 92F FS. And it's the military. It's the copy of the military one. And I love that pistol. Very accurate. These things are just super accurate. We used to have a lot of fun hunting jackrabbits up in the desert with us. It was Bust a Cap Hunting Club. My two buddies and I, we'd go up there and shoot jackrabbits with the 9 millers. A Bust a Cap. And coyotes too. I had a coyote one time at about 150 yards with it. I was doing some Kentucky windage, and I aimed up over the top of his back, and I let it fly. And then nothing. All of a sudden, boom! I hit him right in the lungs, and down he went. My buddy was looking through his night vision scope, and I hit him right in the lungs from about 150 yards with that 9 millimeter. I like the 147 grain bullets in that. Those things seem to fly pretty good. And I popped him. And then another one was we had one of them little wigglers with the rabbit that makes a squealer. And we skinned a jackrabbit, and I put that hide on there, and it wiggles like this, and this coyote come in, and he's looking, and you could see his two eyes. And from about 100 yards away, we were sitting up on this big rock, and I just zeroed in right between his eyes. And when we got up to him, he had a hole perfectly right here in his two eyes. And he had a hole right there in his head. That was a pretty cool shot. And my buddy too, he would bring his AK 220, 223, and he had the whole night vision setup. I'd like to get a setup like that for ratting and stuff. That is really cool. Get one of them passive infrared, and then get the 22 long rifle barrel and start ratting, because you can put them CBs in there. Just cut the spring down a little bit. I had a Ruger 1022 that I cut the spring on, and we'd use those CBs. Sounded like a pellet gun. You'd go poop, poop with those. It's called Remington CBs, and they show a picture of the little Remington bullet, 22 bullet, and a piece of popcorn, and the popcorn's louder. Those are great little shells. As long as you got a 16-inch barrel, they're quiet, 16 or longer, and they're nice and quiet. And mine had a 18-inch barrel on it, and that was that Ruger 1022. I had to get a special. I had to modify the magazine. When I was at the gunsmith school, I modified that magazine so that it would feed them. And then we did a job on the spring, and that thing shot good. That was a great little gun, and I killed a lot of rats with that thing. You'd see them in the field, these muskrats. I'd be sitting down by the river, and you'd see on the other side of the river these muskrats running around. And ping! Shoot them. I must have shot hundreds of them damn things. Cleveland would be a good place if some of these cops weren't so bad. I mean, they think they own you when they come up to you. And they just think they're all this and that, and they're all badass, Billy badasses. And you're looking at them like, come on, leave me alone. Just leave me the hell alone. And they don't. If you want them to leave you alone, they just get on your ass even more. And that ain't no damn good. The guys, I recommend this little pump I bought. It's a nice little pump. Got it off of Amazon for like $12. And I pumped up. My tires were outside were a little bit low, because when I leave the bike sitting, I let a little bit of the air out, so it don't tip over. And I went ahead and pumped them up to their thing, and it pumped them up real quick. I got tubes in there. I got the real heavy duty tubes on that bike. I had them take the stock ones out and put the German tubes in, because those ones will keep you from getting a flat. But I'm going to do a vlog on that bike. I did a motor vlog on it already. I mean, if you go back in my things, I had the camera on my helmet, and I was taking a ride on the bike. And we also did one on the tandem bicycle. Next month, I want to buy Dorothy for her birthday a bicycle, and then we'll all have a bicycle. Yeah, it's a battery-powered Steinmetz. It's you just plug it into like your phone, your C-type phone charger right here. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, C-type right there. And the battery is like this big. It's got and this is heavy. It's very heavy, and it's still at 99%. And I pumped up all the kids' balls. I pumped up all the bicycle tires plus my motorcycle tires, and it's still at 99% on the battery. So it's pretty nice. It's a pretty nice little pump for the money, for $12. What do you want? Hope it lasts a while. I have a pump that I bought way back in the 80s. It's a big one for the car. It was for pumping up my truck tires, and it was at Montgomery Ward's, and it was 4 truck tires because it does a lot of volume, but it had 2 pistons in it. Some of them only have 1 piston. This one had 2 pistons. I'm gonna take that one. It was like $50, and that's a great pump. But boy, when you plug that into your cigarette lighter, it gets hot. I mean, it gets real hot because it's drawing a ton of power to make that thing run. But it pumps your tires up real quick. I've had lots of flats on the side of the road where I could pump them up and drive for a little bit. I always carry a plug kit with me, and then I could plug my tire and pump it up and keep rolling. But that's a pretty good one. I still have that. But this one here, this will be great for the motorcycle because it's nice and small. I don't need a big one. And then when, my wife and I are riding, we get a thing. We just fix it right on the side of the road. You don't have to take the tire off to fix a tube. You just let all the air out and pull the tube out from the side and find the hole. You'll pump it up with this until you find the hole, and then patch it. Poke it back in. I've many times that I got flats on the motorcycle. I never took the tire off. I never took the wheel off. I just went ahead and just pulled the tube out from the rim. Just bust the bead, and pull it out. And then you go in there with a little. I used to have a little tiny compressor tank. Those little teeny weeny ones like this. That you got go in a BB gun. And I had a little top piece on that where I go pss, 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 and blow all the crap out of the tire. In case there was something in there. Most of the time it was just a nail or something. But you could blow the shit out of there. I always kept that on the bike. And those will fill up your tire too. I kept them on the bike because you could put the little Schrader valve on your tire and go pff, and just blow the tire up to like 90 pounds real quick. Or equalize the pressure at 40, something like that. And I carried those on the bike all the time. I'm gonna buy a couple more of them, but this thing's really nice to have too. As long as the battery holds up, it's nice. Next year or this year, I'd like to get a sidecar on that bike, and that way I can put the kids in it. I can drive it in the winter and go grocery shopping and put all the groceries in the side if I want to. And put a studded back tire on it so I can drive in the snow, get some really nice lights. They got some really nice sidecars now. There's a guy down in southern Ohio that builds them, and then they got the, I think it's DCM or something, makes a really nice sidecar. They make a super nice one, and I could get my 3 kids in there and my wife sitting side by side. If you put a top on it, you don't need a helmet. Well, we had them in the Philippines. I had a couple tricycles in the Philippines. And we took big trips. We went all the way. We went all the way to Mindoro. We went all the way to the Southern Islands on that tricycle. Put it on the boat. It's real cheap to put on the boat. You put a car on the boat, it's 5,000 peso. You put a tricycle on the boat, it's 800 peso. And because they figure you don't have a lot of money. We came back from Mindoro with 150 pounds worth of bananas and coconuts. My entire family and all of our stuff on that tricycle I had built down there on the Yamaha 125. And we came all the way back from Mindoro, all the way back to our house in Lippo on that. That was a great tricycle. I had that one custom built. I had the first tricycle, and there were a lot of things I didn't like about it. So I started thinking, what do I want in a tricycle? So I had the guy build it. I showed him on paper what I wanted, and he built exactly what I wanted. And after he built that, he had like 2 more orders for those, because he said, that is really a good idea for a tricycle. And I put real nice lights on it. I had headlights on it, blinkers, brake lights. I had all that stuff. I had the little brake lights. When you hit the brake, the little LED thing would go up and make the connection. That would make the taillights come on. So that was kind of cool. And I had a battery in the battery box. And I had these really nice LED headlights. And I took that on a lot of night trips. It was a lot of fun. And the kids loved the sidecar. They loved to go for a ride in that. And I could take the top off of it if I wanted to, if you want to be in the sunshine. But here I'd like to get a sidecar for this KLR. I'll just have to change the gearing in it, get a bigger, maybe 4 more teeth on the back sprocket and 1 down on the front. And then it'd be really easy to haul a sidecar around. And I know how to ride a sidecar real good. I can fly the chair and make my corners and stuff without too much trouble. We loved our sidecars. The first one I had was Laguna style, they called it. Well, the second one I had was my custom one. I told the guy exactly what I wanted, because we were going to move to Mindoro, and I was going to use it like a pickup truck, like they do down there. Everybody uses their tricycle like a pickup truck. And I could take the top off, and it had a big, I think it was 4 foot by 8 foot inside with the diamond plate bottom. I had to make it real strong, not EMT, but rigid. I had to make the whole thing out of rigid. And he welded up. The dude was a good welder too. I had some pictures of that. That was an absolutely fantastic sidecar. And then I had to sell it when I left, and Wes got it, and I think he gave it to his brother-in-law or something like that. But what a great sidecar. If I ever had one, was in the Philippines, I'd have that same guy build it. I'd have the same guy build me another sidecar, but I think I would put like a 400 on it, because that 125 was a little underpowered. We were coming up the hill from Batangas with all this stuff on in second gear, doing about 10 miles an hour, wide open throttle. We came in when there was a hurricane, and we were getting rained on like you wouldn't believe, but it was a warm rain, and the water was coming up out of the sewers 10 feet in the air. There was so much water, coming off the hill. That was a trip. That was a real trip. But we had fun on that. The kids got wet. We all got wet. We didn't care. We stopped in this place. We were soaking wet. We got some hamburgers. They have right in Batangas. They had this really good little hamburger place. You got to bring your own sauce because all they got is Thousand Island dressing for the hamburgers, which I don't like. I like Miracle Whip on mine, or mayonnaise, and maybe a little bit of hot sauce. Well, these hamburgers are really good. So every time they were inexpensive, and it's meat. It's not shredded dog's ass or whatever the hell it is. But they were pretty damn good hamburgers. So we'd buy a bag of those things and drive along and tricycle eating our hamburgers. That was a lot of fun. We had some really good trips down to Mindoro on that. And then we always come back with a shitload of coconuts and banana. And stuff, we were going to build a house down there. I would have liked to, but we got the septic tank in, we got the water in, and then we want to buy that little piece next door. But I don't think I'll be going back after I'm long gone. Faye can go back, and she can be the Filipina with the land. But the house, I just walked away from the house. I hated that. I hated everything about Lipa. I had no hot water. I had no water most of the time. Now there's water. Now that I'm gone, they put city water in, so everybody's got water now. Lots of pressure, 60 pounds, 80 pounds of pressure. Now that I'm gone, and all my Instahots will work. And that idiot that put the Instahot in, instead of putting it down on the bottom, he had to it works off of gravity. Well, how's the water get up there, you idiot? They give the guy a monkey wrench, and all of a sudden he's a plumber. And the place that built that, the COVID came in. Otherwise, I would have been there, and they wouldn't have got away with all the shit. My septic backed up. They didn't even put the septic tank system in right. And then when the guy was across the street, the new builder for our neighbor's house, he's looking at that septic thing saying, this can't work. The way their drawing was, it can't work. And I said, I know. Mine didn't work either. We had to smash the concrete out and fix it. So he went back, and they no, you have to do it exactly like on the print. And the guy's trying to tell him it's wrong, and then I went and told him too. I said, no, this is wrong. It backed up all into my house. All the poop came back up the drain because the drain was here and the exhaust was here. So when it filled up, it all came back in the house. These idiots. I'm just looking at this going, doesn't anybody when they're working think? When I was an electrician, I was thinking, hey, you can't do that. You can't do this. But these guys, they're just like zombies. Put in septic. Is it correct? I don't care. What a bunch of weirdos. And Filipinos. I went to this big business that made these plastic things. And I'm looking at this job that this electrician was doing, and all the crap. This guy was taking pictures of all their shit work that they did. Just absolutely horrible. Yeah, I know. My son almost fell into one of them. I had just grabbed him. He was walking on top of the thing, and it was rebar going like this. It was like a Chinese puzzle. It had probably killed him. It probably would have killed him. And they just threw a piece of this real lightweight corrugated over the top of it and went home. Well, we're all done. Nothing around it. And my son walked on it just as it was giving way. I got him by the arm and picked him off. I was like, damn, he would have been killed. He would have been killed. Hey, Texas, Gilbert, how you doing, buddy? All right. Yeah, 2:40 in the morning already. Wow. Yeah, kids are all sleeping, and me, I just not that tired. I just can't sleep at night anymore. This chemo's got me. I got the heebie-jeebies. You know, my legs got this dang like vibration in them like this, and but I'm lucky. I don't have like the stomach pains like a lot of people get. I was talking to that one fellow, and he says, "Man, he was so sick for months, just sick. His stomach was hurting him, and he felt like he was going to puke all the time." I didn't get any of that. We got the same doctor, but I didn't get any of that. The only thing that happened to me was my hair turned black. It's weird, but that's nice down in there, Texas. I used to have some cousins live down there, one in Dallas and one in Houston, and I remember they would go from their house. They had a thingy that went right up to their Cadillac, and they had an automatic starter for their Caddy to turn the air conditioner off because it was so hot there. I think that was in Dallas. It was so hot that year, and I like that. That was pretty neat the way they were all set up. But that was I like Texas. I like the western part of Texas where you could hunt and stuff. But I hunted a lot of different states. I didn't hunt in Texas, but I hunted in Tennessee. I hunted in Alabama. I hunted in Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, Ohio. What else? What was the other state I hunted in? Maryland. I hunted in Maryland, but they're really crappy over there. I hunted there 1 year, and it's just so shitty when you cross the border. But I got my hog gun. I got a good hog gun for hunting. If we go down south, I got that 450 Bushmaster on the AR platform. And boy, that thing's hard to pull back. It's got a real heavy spring on it. I couldn't get my fingers to pull it back the other day, so I gotta wait. Wait until my hands get stronger. But the ammunition price came down on them. I don't want the pistol bullet ones. You know what I mean? I want the regular rifle bullet ammo, and it's down to like $21 for. It's about $1 a round, and before it was like $4 a round. Oh, I gotta get up. I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, I can hardly walk, guys. Oh. 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 Sorry about this. I just can't. I gotta pee really bad. I can't put any weight on this right leg. Oh.
Ano na lang?
Ano lang?
Pag
Hold on for a second.
bayad ng attorney, pautangin mo na lang ako ulit. Masano lang naman yun eh. Magkano lang naman. Hindi ang hindi na yung presyo ng ganyan, di ba? Sasabihin ko doon. Sinabi ko yun eh, kasi kung yung isa, yung open deduct sale, bawas na yun, kasi may utang ako doon eh. Kaya kung ano yun ang percent, yun mababa na. O sige, salamat.
Okay.
Kayo din dyan at ang
Thank you,
init-init
my dear.
dyan.
Thank you. Oh, I'm back.
I talked to Manuel about the
I can
car.
hardly walk. I got my little rollinator thingy there.
Manuel, why don't you get my car? So then
Oh, man.
I don't like to sit there because soon they're gonna build a house. What if they're gonna
Who? Who?
the house, our neighbor beside us, and then the neighbor where our car is parked, they're gonna start. So lots of foreigner. What if the car doesn't have damage?
It doesn't matter. We're not even there anymore.
No, that's
I
why
gave up
said,
on. I gave up on the car fee.
That's why I said Manuel.
It's gone. The car's gone.
Better
Nobody's
get
ever
my
going to
car.
buy the damn thing. You might as well throw it in the ocean. Nobody's going to buy it.
That's why I told Manuel, I wanna make a open the dub sale. It's up to you if you're gonna sell more than what we want. What na now?
Yeah, we got that car. She wants to try to sell it in the Philippines. That Honda, and it's a great car. I mean, I took good care of it. Changed the oil every so many
Yes,
kilometers. I changed the gearbox fluid and put synthetic in there. I had the brake fluid done with synthetic, and that runs the clutch too, the hydraulic clutch. I had that done with synthetic. Had them clean the motor a couple times. They always do the brakes and stuff. And I got the stick shift one. No, nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's going to buy that damn thing. It's easier to buy over in the Philippines a brand new car than it is a used one. Because you go to buy a used one, you got to deal with these idiots at the bank like it's their money. They don't want to loan anybody any money. That's how they're supposed to make money, but they won't loan anybody money. But if you go to a dealer, you get the loan. So nobody's going to buy the thing. And nobody over there, it seems like nobody's got any money. People call you on the phone and you want 450 grand for it. They'll say, we'll give you 50 for it. They didn't even come look at it. It's like, you fucking asshole. Real jerks. These people are just jerks. Yeah, nobody's going to buy it. It's going to sit over there and rot. And it's a shame. I wish I could bring it over here because it's a fantastic car. It's a Honda station wagon, a Mobilio. Look that car up. It's a great car. It's got a 1500 motor in it, but you think it had a V8 in it. Yeah, the Filipinos are just rotten pricks. They want everything for nothing. All the good ones come over here and the dregs stay over there. Horrible people. I got, personally myself, I just had enough of them after 10 years. I just got completely tired of the Filipino people. Gimme, gimme, gimme. That's all you hear out of them. Come into your house and say, give me that, I want that. Get the hell out of my house, you prick. Just rotten. Yeah, well, that's the way they are, though. They think because you're a foreigner, you're all rich. We were doing really good over there. And now that we're here, we're just barely making it. We've got to do something else for some extra money. I don't know what we're going to do, but we'll figure something out. Maybe I could start going around and getting stuff and selling it. A lot of times, when I was younger, I used to go out on the weekends and pick up microwaves and vacuum cleaners and stuff like that. A lot of times they still work. We just found a vacuum cleaner out by the dumpster, and I told Maddie, bring it in. We bring it in, plugged in, it's working fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And then last year, they have a vacuum cleaner just like mine that I bought from Walmart. And it was sitting out there, and I brought it in, I cleaned it up, plugged it in, it was working fine. And then I was talking to the neighbor lady, and she said, yeah, I gotta run up and get a vacuum cleaner. She says, this is my first apartment. She's up on the 3rd floor. I said, I'll sell you one for $25. Really? I said, yeah, I got one right here. Here, take it, $25. And she went and wrote me a check. She wrote me a check for $25. That was funny. But yeah, I got $25 for picking out the garbage and cleaning it up. And I don't have any problem doing that. Go out to the dumpster. We got most of our furniture in here. We got out of there, like this nice table right here. See that little white table? Somebody threw that out. And the TV stand. They get done with the stuff. They don't want to move it, so they just throw it. They just set it by the dumpster, and I went out and got it. There was a really nice couch and love seat there that I wanted to get, but that was when I first got this bone cancer, and I couldn't pick anything up. Maddie couldn't, and I couldn't get Gilbert. I couldn't find him. I didn't know where he lived at that time, and I wanted to get it, bring it in, because it was all leather. It was just a solid leather couch and love seat. And the people didn't have dogs. There was no smell on it. They didn't want it anymore. And the next morning there was a big snow, so it got all wet. Yeah, and then just sell them. I'm thinking that's what I'm going to have to do. Now, Maddie and I, we went to a few yard sales, and if you can find a good deal, like I got that, well, it's gone now. I don't know what happened to it. Somebody must have took it, but I had this wind-up West clock, alarm clock, that worked fine. It was one of them winder ones for $0.25. The lady said, oh, I want $1 for that. I said, crap, I only got $0.25. Okay. Yeah, some of that stuff, you start looking at that. I've been to Goodwill, though. I went down there one day, and I'm looking in there, and they got old broken plates for $1 with chips all in them, and silverware they want $1 for a fork. I'm like, they went crazy over there at the Goodwill stores anymore. I'm not buying any shit from them. It's all garbage. You know, they get the stuff for nothing and they put these ridiculous prices on it. You know, just stupid how much they want. But you see these people buying the clothes. Who, you know, like shoes. Who the hell would buy somebody else's used shoe? I ain't wearing somebody else's shoe. What if they had some kind of foot fungus? You know what I mean? But yeah, I used to pick the garbage. A lot of times I'd pick up refrigerators. There was nothing wrong with them. And microwaves. A lot of times there's a fuse in the back of a microwave. It's a little tiny fuse like this. And the fuse burns out. So they say, oh, my microwave doesn't work anymore. So they throw it out. And all you got to do is go to the auto parts store, pick up one of them fuses, poke it in, or just wire past the fuse. And you got a microwave that works. Of course, microwaves, they give them away now. You go into like Walmart or something, and they want like $5 for a microwave. You know, I don't use them. I don't want anything to do with the microwave, to tell you the truth. You know, I don't really care for that way of heating my food. But a lot of people do. They like them. I don't particularly give a damn about them. Yeah, it's like buying somebody's underwear. You know, I'm not wearing anybody's shoes or anybody else's underwear. You can forget it. That's the stuff that should go in the garbage can. Of course, unless they were never worn. You know, and you see a lot of that. You know, I was looking in the dumpster one day, and there was a whole bunch of these women's sweaters, still in the plastic wrap, from the May Company. You know, big turtleneck, like winter sweaters for a woman, but they were for a good-sized woman. And if they weren't girly ones with, you know, girly designs, I'd have kept one for myself, you know, like for an underclothes or something. But I put them up in the laundry room for people to pick up. You know, I didn't think I was going to be able to sell those, but you know, somebody grabbed them because they're all gone. But they just threw them out. They threw them in the dumpster. I just reached in and grabbed them out, and they were still in the plastic, never even opened. Must have been a Christmas present that they didn't like or something. But there was like 5 or 6 of them. Yeah, I think it was 5 of them. And I put one on each floor. But they were like, it was for this, you know, like 500-pound rotund woman. You know, because these things were like, I was holding it up like this going, damn, these things are big. But we got some nice stuff out of there. Here in this place, if somebody doesn't want anything, they'll leave it in the laundry room too. That's where I got all my really nice dishes from, and the flags up on the wall behind me here. Flags, and a bunch of the school stuff for the kids. There was a whole big box of notebooks and books, stuff to read and all that Maddie and I picked out. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with any shoes. You know. Somebody hacked us with this damn Amazon thing, and we're starting to get this Amazon crap coming to the house, and I didn't order. And I'm even leaving reviews. I'm looking on there like I left a review. I don't know who it is. It's not coming out of my debit card or anything. So they're not taking my money. I don't know who's doing this. But they sent shirts. They sent women's shirts and size 4.5 work boots. Now, who the hell would wear a size 4.5 work boot? I got from Goodwill a long time ago. It was this was back in the 80s, in the early 80s, and I went in there and they had this. It wasn't black. It was like a super dark green, 3/4 length SS coat. They had the SS thing taken off the collar. You could see where they pulled it off. It was like a German officer's coat, like you see in the movies. And they wanted $35 for it. I grabbed that damn thing. And I snow sealed it up really good. It was the best raincoat I ever had. I had that thing for a long time. But it was heavy. That was one heavy coat. Yeah, I can sleep. I can just lay the chair back and fall asleep. So that's one nice thing at the thing. They got these really nice chairs. They got heater on them. And they got like a vibrator, and you can recline it and lay down like a bed. And it's got heat all the way from top to bottom. Because you freeze your butt off in that hospital. I mean, they keep it at like about 30 degrees in that damn place. and I gotta bring gloves and stuff because my hands get too cold. You know, they don't work when they start getting cold. They quit working. I can't even clip my fingernails right now. Did you say you was gonna have some coffee?
Huh?
Did you say you were gonna have a coffee?
You're gonna sleep now. I will gonna drink
No, I'm not
coffee.
gonna sleep. I'm not even tired yet. I got some chewing tobacco. That was one thing I missed when I was in the Philippines. I couldn't get chewing tobacco. And if I go to Missouri, I'm going to get some of that twist. And I also like them, I can't find it anywhere, but I love the old days of work plug. I used to keep one of them in my winter coat pockets all the time. I always had a couple plugs in it. I'd buy like a case of them, and then every coat pocket got a plug. You know? So that way if I was out somewhere, I had myself a chew. Oh, I could sleep in there, Gilbert. I just lay that thing back and I'm out. I'm just out. They make it real quiet in there where you get the chemo. It's not a big loud thing. It's its own little wing. It's called Unit 4. And you go in through the waiting room, and then they take you to these little ante rooms. Like some of them have 2 chairs, some of them have 4. And you go in there and they just close the door. You don't hear anything. They'll put the TV on for you, or you can make the TV go to music. I always just change it over to the R&B music thing, and you know, unless there's a cool guy to talk to. Sometimes there's some pretty cool guys in there. Like the day I met that fella Al, this big monstrous black guy, 70, I think he was 72 years old. Hell of a nice fella. I talked to him for a couple hours. He was just a real nice fella. His story was exactly the same as mine. Poor guy's wife passed away though. That was a real shame. But he's a big fella. He's tall as me. And I told him, well, I hope I see you again next time. He says, well, I only come once a year now. 10 years ago, he had the same thing as me. And then you go in once a year. He says, I have to come in once a year, and they give him chemo again. You know, like a booster. And he said, it's been 10 years, and he's been fine. He said, everything's fine. He's driving. He misses his wife, but it was a real shame. You know, that his wife passed away. But I liked him. I thought he was a really cool guy to talk to. And I met a couple of them. I met another guy last one, a big heavyset guy, real heavyset, like biker dude. He had Navy guy. He had all these tattoos with an anchor and all this stuff. He was pretty cool to talk to. He was in the military for like 30 years, senior chief. But he was another one. He was a pretty cool guy. You know, old swabby. Them old swabbies are pretty cool. But he was in Vietnam on one of them boats that went up the rivers. I forget what kind of boat he called it. That shit I can't remember. But they would go up these rivers to look for the VC. And he said we drove around for half a year before he ever even seen one. But he said it was really cool driving around in that. Navy dude. I just watched that movie here a while back where the guy's going up this river, the black guy, and he gets hit with a spear. He goes, come up here, instead of getting shot, I get hit with a spear. Yeah, them old swabbies were pretty cool guys. This guy was this big. He had a belly. I mean, oh my goodness, his belly was huge. Poor guy, you know he had sugar because his feet were his feet were looking really bad. And his little wife, she was sitting there with him, little tiny thing, and she went in with him. He went in because he had a brain tumor. Poor guy had a brain tumor, and they did he was telling me about the stem cell, how they do it. They stick you in the hospital. I guess they take the stem cells out of right here for 5 days, and then they zap you, and then they put them back in. They put your own stem cells back in. So he was telling me it's not as bad. It's not that bad. He didn't know anything about it until he got it done to him. But he seemed to be okay. I think he'll kill himself another way with all the soda pop and eating too much. Because that guy had to weigh 450 if he weighed a pound. But nice fellow, nice to talk to. A lot of them guys on the Navy boats, you get all the food you want. You know, I knew some guys in the Navy that were big and fat. They'd go in there as skinny as a rail, and they come out after like 6, 7 years, and they're blown up like a balloon because there's all that good food. And I have to honestly say, when I was in the Navy, they had good food. Now the VA, oh gosh, their food is absolutely horrible. That's the worst. Half the time, when I got my tray of food, I just dumped it right in the garbage. They brought me some turkey and dressing that looked like a dick. They had two bowls of dressing in this turkey thing. I even showed it to the nurse. I said, "What does that look like?" She just started laughing. Yeah, a lot of them get big and fat. They just don't feed you right. I don't know what they're putting in the food to make people fat, but I remember when I was young, you never saw a fat person. And when I was in the Philippines, you could go around for a year before you saw a fat person, and if you did, maybe it was a mayor or a mayor's wife, in their 70s. Now you see little tiny kids that are 3, 4 years old. They're fatter than hell. They're doing the American diet over there, just like we're doing, and everybody's getting fat and stupid. And when you get all that flab on you, it creates a vacuum and a void in your cranium, and it makes them all stupid. And these people think, oh, he's fat, he's healthy. No, that's not healthy. Oh, that thing was horrible. We took one bite. I didn't even swallow the bite I took. I spit it right back out, and all of us, we were in the consensus. The whole thing went in the garbage can. The whole damn thing was just garbage. And then you look at all this stuff, like they gave me some of this Ensure, it's vitamin stuff to help me out, right? First ingredient, high fructose corn syrup. So the damn thing was probably 90% high fructose corn syrup. Well, I don't want that in my body. Ain't no way. I know it'll help you gain weight, that's for sure, but I sure as hell don't want a sugar like that in my body. That's like a deadly poison. And they want you to eat that? These people are nuts. But they don't like to do anything natural at these places. They want you to do all petrochemical bull crap, which I don't like. I wish they'd get back to the natural stuff, to heal you. Yeah, they put garbage in the food. That's like I came over here to this McDonald's. I don't know what the hell these burgers are made out of. I have no idea what that is. That little brown thing in the middle. I don't know what that is. What is that? Cow hoofs? Ground up? I have no idea. It don't taste like meat. That's for sure. Now, when I was in the Philippines and you got a Big Mac, that was pretty good. And the other one I like over here, we go down to that Burger King up here. I like those burgers. I like the Burger King burgers. But this McDonald's over here, there's no taste to it. And then when I went to the Philippines, I was on the way to the airport, and I stopped and I got 2 double cheeseburgers. And I always wore my leather jacket when I was on the plane. I figured it would protect me if there was a crash or something. Well, as soon as I got in there, they called everyone to board the plane. And I had eaten 1 hamburger, so I took the other hamburger and I stuck it in my pocket, in my motorcycle jacket. And then when I got to the Philippines, it was hot, so I took the jacket off, forgot all about the hamburger. I folded it up, and when we got to the house, I hung it in the closet. Well, 2 years later, I'm looking at my jacket. It's getting kind of dusty. I'm going to clean it. And as soon as I picked it up, I smelled that hamburger. And I picked the hamburger out. It looked just like the day I bought it. So I unwrapped it, and I'm thinking, no, the pickle even looked like a pickle. And I threw it out on the ground, and these starving dogs, these dogs that were outside that would have ate a cockroach, they went up, sniffed it, and walked away. It's not food. I don't know what the hell them things are. I think they're made out of gopher asses or something like that. I really don't know, but the dog, these starving dogs wouldn't eat it. Huh?
That is it.
Go ahead, go to sleep.
Okay.
What time is it? 3:05? No, that says 12:30, right? Why does this thing say? Oh, that's 3 hours and 5 minutes. Okay, that's what that is. Yeah, we don't know. Go watch that show. It's called Super Size Me. You check that out. And I loved my favorite commercial was that Burger King commercial where they put the Big Mac underneath this cake form here, and they put the Whopper here, and the Whopper just turns to mold and mush, and it just falls apart. And after a year, that Big Mac is still looking like a Big Mac. That was the best commercial. Talk about comeuppance on McDonald's. They make a commercial and it's Burger King, and Burger King fixed them. My other favorite commercial was the Mercedes. Well, I think it was the Mercedes ones where they show this Mercedes. Or I think it was the BMW. BMW is flying down the road and he missed his turn and he goes flying off this cliff down hundreds of feet, and he smashes into the ground, and the guy gets out. He gets out and he's like, oh, and they say we build them strong. And then the Mercedes comes along, or it was the BMW, and he goes around the corner, and we build them so they don't crash. And then they took those commercials down. Yeah, we don't know what's in the burger, but the dogs wouldn't touch it. You can go to McDonald's right now and grab one of these hamburgers, and you look at the sheeple in line. At lunchtime here, there's a line at the drive-thru that goes all the way up the street. I mean, it backs up traffic for a half a mile, eating that garbage. The only thing I like at the McDonald's is the milkshake, but who knows what's in that? I really don't know what the hell's in that. What, did he poop in there? This guy just pooped in the pot and he's cooking it.
Like a shrimp paste.
Oh, I thought he pooped in there. Looked like a
It's
poop.
a sauce.
Ew. It looked like this guy just pooped in the frying pan and he's cooking it.
It's like caldereta.
Yeah, but that was really something when I pulled that hamburger out of there. It just, that's all garbage. You don't want to eat that crap. It's not food, guys.
Looks yummy now.
Yeah, it's not food. I don't know what the hell it is anymore. That's a big corporation, and they don't give a damn about you. All they care about is the money. They're not gonna make you good food. You know who makes you good food? Your mom. Your mom will make you some good food. She'll bake you some nice bread. Your wife will make you some good food. My wife makes the most wonderful breakfasts since she's been here. We have eggs and toast, and this morning we had some ham, had some strawberry, banana. I had some, we always have blueberries and avocado. I look forward to waking up in the morning and having one of these really nice breakfasts.
Tomorrow no breakfast for you.
Oh, well, no breakfast for me tomorrow, she says. But it's nice. I can eat 6, 7 eggs in the morning. I just love eggs. We go through a lot of them. My sister said if I go out to her place, she's got some eggs that I can have, but we don't have a car. I'd like to run out there and get some, but she's got a lot of chickens. And if we get a place down south, I'd like to have a bunch of chickens. That way you could have eggs. My buddy had a whole bunch of chickens in his barn. He set up little hay bales all over so the foxes wouldn't get them. And these chickens would go in there, and every morning he'd go out there, pull the bale away, and pick out a bunch of eggs. Every time I went to his house, we had all the eggs we wanted, because he had about 100 chickens. And then when him and his wife split up, he gave me all his chickens. He said, here, you can have these. She doesn't want them there anymore. Go get them. So my brother and he came into town, and we went and caught almost all the chickens. And we had the little bennies that gave the little teeny weeny eggs. Then we had like 4 of those Rhode Island Reds, those really big chickens. These things are huge. They're like a monstrously big chicken. He had all kinds of chickens, bennies, and now in the Philippines, when they have these cockfights all the time. I'm not into that at all, the cockfights. But I'm not going to eat one of them chickens. The winner gets the dead chicken, right? Well, they're injecting these things with all kinds of steroids and chemicals and all this crap. I'm not eating that. Who the hell wants to eat
Now,
that?
not allowed to eat now.
Yeah, you don't eat them,
Of course,
but
it's a medicine.
yeah, they put all these steroids in them to make them fight better, and they put these little metal claws on them off their little thing here. You know, if they're gonna fight, let them fight. Don't put a claw on them. But I wasn't into that. They used to have it back behind my place, the cockfights and stuff, and all the cops would come. The cops were the ones that were running it. And they'd be bringing in big things of beer. They had somebody selling beer there. And it just never, it's like the dog fights when I lived in Cleveland when I was young. And they had all them dog fights. I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that. That's how I got my first pit bull. My very first pit bull, I was looking for they got these little tickets. And sometimes these people wouldn't be looking at their ticket. And they had a $20 ticket for the dog fight. And they'd throw it on the ground because they were going through them too quick because they'd buy like 50 tickets. Gamblers. And I heard this whining. And I went over to the dumpster and there was this dog in the dumpster, this pit bull. And I leaned the thing over. I didn't know if it was going to bite me or what. So I dumped the 55-gallon barrel over and the puppies were popping out. Well, 3 of them were dead already, and then the last one that came out, I took her home. That's the one I called Daisy. She was a brindle, and that was the best dog. That was the best dog. I had to go run up to the feed store, and I was giving her goat's milk. The guy had these little tiny dried cartons of goat's milk. You put the water in, powdered stuff, and that's what I was feeding that dog out of a little. I went to Kmart, and I got one of them little baby sucks on the bottle dolls, and I got the bottle and I was feeding it with that because it was just a little teeny weeny tiny pup, and she got big. She got to be about 80 pounds. Boy, she was the best dog. She was the best damn dog, and just a big old lap dog. I love them pit bulls. I wish I had another one. And then our buddy, he's got Samson. It's a pit bull and a mastiff mix. He's like a 150-pound dog. He's the biggest, happiest guy. He comes into my house. We always give him a piece of bologna. I wish I could show you the picture of him. There's a picture of him and my wife next to each other, and he's as big as she is. He is. He's this monstrously big dog. But just the friendliest. If you give him a piece of bologna, he just so gently takes it away from you, and he could bite your hand off. I mean, his mouth is huge. But he's half mastiff and half pit bull, and just the friendliest, nicest pup. His owner Richard is a hell of a nice fella, real nice guy. The kids love the dog. I love the dog. Every time he walks by, we open up our door so he comes in, and Samson always comes in, runs right over to me, and I pet him up. His head is like this monstrously big head. But what a nice dog. I wish I had a dog like that. I had lots of nice dogs. My favorite dog I ever had, I had a shepherd named Scrump, a little female, about 40 pound. And then my other favorite dog was King Tut. My sister gave him to him. It was a 170-pound Great Dane. And his back was like up to my hip. You know, he could bite your head. He could open up his mouth and bite your head, this thing. Mr. Slobberpuss. He always had big boogers around his face from shaking his head like that. That was a great dog, but he got old. Like in a matter of a couple months, he got real old and he turned all gray and he got to where he couldn't go. And I was like, man, what's the matter with you, buddy? You know, I never took him to the vet. I'm like, man, what's the matter with you? And he just croaked. He croaked with his head on my lap. I'm like, man, what the hell happened to him? So I cut him open. I'm looking at his organs and they were all purple. And he had the heartworm. We took his heart out, and I took it up to the vet. I said, what the hell is that? They said, oh, it's heartworm. I went, oh, man. So I went, for every dog after that I ever had, I got the heartworm. I got the heartworm shot, or I got the little heartworm things that they eat once a month. That was a shame. You know, that if I would have known anything about heartworm, I'd have been giving him them pills, because he was a great dog. Nobody come near me when I had him. He would get in between me and anyone else and just stand his hairs up. He was great. I remember I was in the park. I was in the park up by the lake, and these cops wouldn't even get out of their car. They're, put your dog on a leash. And I'm like, he's on a leash. He's on a verbal leash. He stayed right by me. And if I told him to sit down, he'd sit. He listened to everything I said. He was a fantastic dog. Good Frisbee dog, too. Of course, your Frisbee came back all full of slobbers. And they wouldn't even get out of their car. They were scared to death of him. And then he went right up to the window and stuck his big old snout in the cop's window. He's got his window cracked. Put your dog on a leash. I didn't have one. I never put a collar on him. He didn't need a leash. When he was a puppy, he would run away from me, so I'd catch him. Well, when he got big, he didn't know he could outrun me. He figured I'd say, hey, stop. And he would stop because he figured I was going to chase him down again and catch him. But I used to wrestle with him. Boy, that was a fun dog. He could put his paws on my shoulders and just look me right in the face on his hind legs. He was a monster. He was such a beautiful, it was a brindle. His name was King Tut, and he was a beauty. I wish I had another one like him. I really liked those Great Danes. And the other dog I really liked too, I had a buddy that had 2 Mastiffs. They're big. Those things are big, big, stocky dogs. I think they use them to hunt lions with in Africa. But just big old friendly slobber pussies is what they were. You could pet them up and push them around. Yeah, it's a shame the heartworm. They killed poor King Tut. Yeah, he was a special dog. When he croaked, I was really bummed. I was really bummed out. Because he was my buddy. He went with me everywhere. I had an old 51 Plymouth back then. He lived in the back seat. And I'd drive to work. He had to go with me. And he would sit in that car all day. I'd put his water bowl and his feed bowl on there. And he used to eat a 2-pound thing of Bill-Jack every day, plus all the dog food. I used to go down and get a truckload of the dog food and just, we had an old plastic coal shovel, and I would shovel that into the back of the car. He'd eat that whole thing. He ate a lot, that son of a gun. But nobody got near my car, because that thing had no key for the ignition. I just stuck the wires together to start it. And anybody came near that car, he'd stick that big old head out. He'd have his back feet in the back seat, and his nose would be on the front windshield. Big monstrous guy. He was a lot of fun to take anywhere. I took him everywhere I went. No matter where I went, I took him. I took him in the post office one time, and everybody left. The guy says, "Hey, you can't have dogs in here." I says, "Well, he's not a dog. That's a horse." The guy just looked at me like I was nuts. But he was like a little miniature Shetland pony, that son of a gun. He was just a great dog. And he listened. I didn't train him. He trained himself. He was super smart. But he had a big, long breeding line that they had, and he was absolutely gorgeous. Just a beautiful dog. No, none of my dogs ever had to have a leash. None of them. No dog I ever owned. If I had to put a leash on them, I didn't want them. If they wouldn't walk with me, give them to somebody. All my dogs stayed with me, though, because I usually got most of them when they were a pup. And then I would train them up. My smartest dog I ever had was Scrump. The little lady across the thing was raising these shepherds, German police dogs. And the one puppy came out, a little tiny female. It was like half the size of all the rest of them. And she asked me if I wanted her, and I said, "Yeah, I'll take her." So after 8 weeks, she gave her to me. And boy, the stuff that dog could do. She just kept looking at me. I like a dog that doesn't look at your hand, the ones that look at your face. So I could make a face gesture, and that dog would do something. I'd go like that, and she'd run that way. I'd go, and she'd run that way. I could put my hand up, she'd stop. I'd go like this, and she'd lay down, and she'd crawl. She was like one of them military dogs that look like a shepherd. I forget what they call them. But even Scrumpy, I never put leashes on any of my dogs. They're going to stay right by me, because if they don't, then they're not a good dog. But all my dogs, I never put a leash on any dog I ever owned. I don't want one. They're on a verbal leash. You come here. And I've called my dogs off of people already where, their hairs were up and they was ready to go attack. You get back over here. And they'd come right back and heel and sit there. And, they'd be watching though. I remember one time I was walking my dog down the street. This was down on the near west side. And there was a bunch of these like banger type guys. And I'm walking down the street and they crossed over to the other side because I have this big dog, right? So I crossed over to the other side and they crossed back. They wanted no part of that dog. They wanted no part of him, because he was watching them. he knew something was up. His hairs came up, and he was watching them, and they were looking at him watching them, and he could have bit them, you know. For some reason, I've always been able to train my dogs. You know, I never had a problem training a dog. Dogs like me. You know, dogs just listen to me for some reason. You know, I had lots of dogs, and my hunting dogs, I had blue tick coon hounds, I had a red bone, I had some Walker foxhounds, and I had one blue tick that we called him Mad Max, because when I got him, he was like crazy and nobody wanted him. They were going to kill him. Well, you know what was wrong with him? He had ear mites. So we got in there with cotton balls and peroxide, and we cleaned them out, and we got drops for his ears. And then he started listening, and he became my best coon dog. I put him in the back of the truck. I'd say, get in the truck. He'd sit in the back of the truck until we stopped. I'd say, go get him. And he'd jump off the side of the truck. He was a 100 and some pound dog, 150-pound dog. And he'd go after that. All of a sudden, you're like this, and there'd be a couple coons up the tree. I got a lot of coons off of him. That was, and back then, when I was young hunting coons, you got $30 for a hide. Now they give you like $5-6. It's not worth it, but it's still fun to take the dogs out. And the other thing I really loved to do was go fox hunting. I never had a horse though, but I shot a fox one time at about 400 yards. It was way up at the top of the power line, and I built myself a 22K Hornet on a EA Brown falling block action. It had a little short barrel on it, and I had a peep sight on the back. And this fox ran out to the power line, and he was standing up on a rock, and I aimed way up above him like this, went like this. The next thing you know, boop, he fell over. I got up there, I popped him right in the neck. I hit him right in the back of the neck, right here, busted his spine. And that was a nice fox. I think I got $80 for that hide. I stole his coat. But I used to love to hunt. I loved the deer hunt, fox hunt, coon hunt. I went out one time with my brother. He was supposed to be a expert marksman, right? And we had a real windy night, and there's a coon up the tree, and I'd shoot him in the head, you know, because you don't want to mess up the hide. He says, "Can I shoot him?" I said, "Okay, here's the 22." He shot about 15 holes in it. They didn't want to give me any money for that hide. It wasn't good for anything but, you know, pool table felt, because he shot the damn thing, Mr. Expert Marksman. Worst shot I ever seen. Oh, shit. That was so funny, though. He just ruined that one. And it was a big one. It was a jumbo. But I went coon hunting almost every night, during the season, because that's a lot of money. One night I made $600. We got into the choke cherries, and there were 7 of them in there. And they just look at you, popping them in the head, dropping them. And then what was really funny was, every time we turned the dogs loose, they would run back there, because I never carried the whole coon. They're too heavy. Those things are like 30 pounds. So I'd skin them right there on the tree. And well, the dogs kept running back to where the meat was. So we put the dogs in the truck, and my buddy and I set them up in the trees. We set them way up high into the tree, in the crutch of a tree. Well, my buddy found some playing cards, and they got like hands, like a human. And he put some playing cards in his hand, and we made little hats for them. And we put a cigarette in their mouth, because they look freaky, their skin's all gone. And he goes, "You got to get the newspaper." I said, "What do you mean?" "Yeah, get the newspaper." And I got the newspaper, and on the front page they had a picture of this. When the sun came up, the sun came right up on these 7 coon in the trees, and they said, "Blood cult," And they had that on the front page. They said, "Oh, there's a bunch of these satanic guys, coon hunters." But that's when I had that red bone, and he was a really good dog, Ranger. That son of a gun, if you turned him loose and he barked, you had a coon in the tree. You just had to find it, because they'll hide. One time I thought he treed a bear cub, and it was this black raccoon, big son of a gun, about 40 pound. And I popped him in the eyeball, and he got the shakes, and he come falling out of the tree. And boy, that thing was huge. When it hit the ground, I thought it was like a baby bear cub when I first looked at it, but then I saw the tail. Bears don't have a tail. But we had a lot of fun coon hunting. That was funny. Another time, my buddy and I we were on the River Hill, and the dogs treat a cat, one of them woods cats, this big old gray cat, and it was on a hemlock tree, and it was on this little branch like this. So we were tossing rocks at it, and finally the twig broke and it fell down to the dogs, and they played tug of war with it for a while, and then I skinned it, because it was out, and I took its coat and I hung it up on the hemlock tree, and we left. And when we came back, the thing was trying to crawl away. We stole his coat, and it was still alive. That was one tough cat. I think he had a couple lives left in him. But a lot of woods cats in Pennsylvania where people just turn them loose, and they got them damn a lot of groundhogs and stuff like that. But we had some pretty good nights. Coon hunting. My wife's granddad and my buddy Kevin, we used to go out almost every night coon hunting. We had a lot of fun. Keep you out of trouble. You're not drinking, you're not causing any trouble. You're just out coon hunting with your rifle, and I loved to be out in the woods. I just loved it. But we had a lot of pretty good nights on that. But not too many people do that now. The dads don't take their kids out anymore. I'd like to teach my kids how to coon hunt. If we go down south, I'd like to get a coon hound or maybe a fox hound. And once you learn where the foxes cross, you can just sit there and wait for them. And when they pop out, you can nail them. I don't know how much they give for the hides anymore. But all these stupid people that throw the buckets of blood on these women that are wearing a fur coat. Come on. Somebody got a fur coat, that means they worked their ass off to get it, because fur coats are expensive, and these people are going around throwing a bucket of blood. I don't know. I had saved up a bunch of the hides. I had about 30 hides, and I gave it to my buddy's wife, and she matched them all and made this beautiful coat. She made this beautiful foxhide coat. And, you go to buy something like that, they're like $7, $8 grand, $10 grand for one of them. But they're expensive because it's really hard to match the fur. And when she put that together, it looked like one big fur. But they stitch them together. So, but I enjoyed hunting, getting out in the woods. And that little rifle that I had, that 22K Hornet, it was only about, I don't know, a couple feet long, 16-inch barrel on it, and it was a fallen block. You just moved the trigger guard and you put your 22K Hornet in there, and you could reach out with that thing. And I had a real nice peep sight on it. I forget the brand name of that peep sight, but it was as good as a scope for me. I had a little bead on the front that came up on the post, and then I had that aperture peep in the back, and you could change the size of the peep by rolling it, because there was like 4 of them. And if you put it on that smallest one, you could reach way out. You could easily hit stuff at 200 yards with that little gun. I used the 40 grain spear, Spitzers they called them, and those things really fly nice. Those son of the guns. And that one, I think I had a 1 in 10 twist on that one, just enough to stabilize that bullet. And boy, it would just, you could watch it go. You could watch that bullet go in the mornings. A lot of times you see the fox in the morning. At nighttime, you got to have your spotlight. My buddy used to hold the spotlight. I had one of them Maglite million candle power. A friend of mine gave it to me. That was the brightest damn flashlight back in the day. And as soon as you put the light on, they just stand there and look at you. And they're like, Yeah, you can't do that in Pennsylvania either with 22. I never hunted a deer with a 22. I just never did it. I always had at least a 30-30 or something, because you don't want to wound them. I've gotten deer already that had arrows, arrow broadhead stuck in their head. One eye taken out where people hit them in the head, and the deer lived. I had another one that had 3 legs, and its leg had been busted and encapsulated in his shoulder, and it was just running with the rest of them. Big doe. Pennsylvania, you could take 7 deer. And for a long time, I had that 358 Norman Magnum, and my scout rifle with the 2-power scope on the front. That was one of the only guns I had with a scope on it, because you could throw that up. And I didn't load it up to 3,000 feet a second. I loaded it up to about 2,400 with that Spear 250 grain soft bullet. And those work really good right around 2,500. And you'd hit a deer with that thing and you could just hear it, the Kugelschlag, boom, and down they would go. I never had a deer run when I hit them with that thing. You hit them anywhere in the chest area or in the neck, and they're not going anywhere. They fall right down. Whereas when I had that 7 mag, you'd shoot the damn things, and they'd run 50 yards, and some asshole sitting on a bucket would shoot it, you know, because it was still on its feet. It's their deer. You know, as long as they're running, it's, you know, they're fair game. But when I got that scout rifle, I built that myself. That was on a Seiko Action, and I buttered that thing up. That Seiko Action, you could take it like this and just tilt it a little bit, and that bolt would go and if you leaned it forward, it goes like that. It was just the slickest action. And I had instead of having a thing on there, I put a big ball that had ball bearings on the inside. So that, I did a ton of work to that one. And then I had a Shiloh 18-inch select match barrel on it, heavy barrel. I put the recoil lugs right into the stock. I built a custom stock for it out of some walnut I got out of a barn in West Virginia. And boy, that was a hell of a gun. I put a Nikon 2-power on it, and you could throw it up. It was like having a little TV in front of you, and I could hit anything. I could hit anything with that dang gun. As soon as you've seen brown, squeeze the trigger. And I had like a 1.5-pound Timney trigger on it. Yeah, that was a really nice one. You could use either trigger. You could either use the set trigger, and then you just touched it from the side, or you could just grab it from the front and pull 3.5 pounds. So I had a really nice trigger setup on that. It was a muzzle loader trigger system, and it was really nice. But it didn't come when you set the trigger, it didn't come back. You just tapped it from the side. It would go this way and release the sear. That was a nice trigger. And then after that, I had that Mauser, the telescoping Mauser. I saw that at Flag's Gun Shop in Pittsburgh. I was like, man, I never seen one of those. So I bought one of them. I had that in .308. That was another good deer getter, but you'd shoot a deer with that. Sometimes they'd run, not enough power, but that 358 Norma Magnum, boy, when that hit them, it was irresistible. Down they went, dead meat, one shot. And the funny thing about that gun, every single deer I shot at, I never missed. Not one time did I ever miss with that damn thing. You know, but I wasn't aiming for like their nose or something. I'd aim right for the chest. And then I used to love the bow and arrow hunt too. One time I was sitting in the Mayaples. I dug myself a ground blind, and this big 8-point, he come walking up the path, and I just got there, and he must have thought I was a groundhog because I dug a hole in the ground, and I went to put the arrow in, and it made a noise, and he took off, and I went, oh shoot, but it was first of the shooting, and then about 10 minutes later he started walking up real slow. He must have thought there were a couple of deers fighting. And he got right in front of me, and I popped him with the arrow, and he took off over the bank. Well, then I'm looking, and I see my arrow in the bank, and I'm like, oh, shit, I missed him. I shot underneath him. I'm like, gosh, how did I miss him at 8 feet? And then I seen the tallow on the tines, and then we went over on the other side, and he was laying over there. Yeah, I had a gun shop for a long time. I was building custom rifles and custom pistols. I built a whole bunch of 45 pin guns for people. I had a hell of a shop going. I mean, I was getting ready to not become an electrician anymore and just doing that because I was making so much money at the gun shop. I mean, holy cow, people were coming in. It was nothing. On the first day of buck, what these guys would do is they'd pull their gun out, and of course they'd fill them full of oil and, crap. And then they'd have them in their nice warm house, and they would take them in their nice warm car out to their nice warm shooting range, and they'd shoot a couple bullets. Okay, it's dead on. And then they'd go out at 4 in the morning in the freezing cold, and their guns would gum up. And they'd see that big buck, and they'd go click. And then they were in my shop for cleaning, $35. And all I'd do is pull the bolt apart, clean that up, make $35. And the same guys every year. And I'm like, don't put this shit in there. When you go hunting, clean all that out of there. Your gun ain't gonna rust. And my guns, whenever I would come home, I'd leave them on the back porch. I would leave the guns on the back porch, just throw a towel over them or something so nobody would see it and steal it. Because you want to keep, once they're cold, keep them cold. you don't want to bring them in the house and get them to sweat. They'll start sweating on you, and that's when you get a lot of problems in your firearm. And all that gooky oil, they'd spray them all up with WD-40, or they'd put orange shellac in them, all kinds of weird shit they do. I don't know why these people do that. But I put on my scout rifle, that was a stainless barrel, but I had the cyanide bluing. You had to be real careful with that, but I blued it up. Everybody thought that was a blued barrel. No way, that was a stainless barrel on that gun. And it had really good velocities with not much powder. And it was a tack driver. You could sit there at 100 yards and just put one hole in the same hole just time after time. And it was a heavy barrel. I left the barrel nice and thick on the front, but it was short, so it wasn't too heavy. Of course, I was a lot stronger then. Now I got this AR-15 with a heavy barrel. I wished I'd have got the light barrel. That barrel is just too damn heavy. I got it from Butler Creek. Don't get their heavy barrel one. Get the regular contour barrel. The damn things are just way too heavy. But I haven't got any ammo for that yet. But it's the 450 Bushmaster. I figured I'd get it as a hog gun, but I think if I was going to hunt hogs, I'd get that Savage pumpkin ball. Because when I was very young, I hunted with I had one of them Marlin 12 gauges with the straight cylinder bore. The guy had it. It had chokes in it, but he cut it off down to like 22 inches. It was a longer one, 24 I think, and he cut the choke out of it. So it was a straight cylinder bore. And then I put it on the lathe and I overbored it. I overbored it a little bit. And you could put those just cheap pumpkin balls in it. And 100 yards, you could just hit a pie plate, no problem, every time. And one time I was sitting on this side of the river, and it was exactly 100 yards to the other side where the path was. And this real nice 8-point just walks out, and he's looking at me. I popped him with that pumpkin ball. That's another one. They go straight down. Those pumpkin balls just are devastating. And if you're going to hunt one of them big, 800-900 pound hogs, it's nice to have a pumpkin ball. Get on YouTube and look at some of them guys shooting these monstrously big hogs with their pumpkin ball. I think that's what I would want. That, have some double-aught buck behind it. But maybe a pumpkin ball or two, and then some double-aught buck behind that. That new Savage, it'll hold 9 rounds. And I'd like to buy that one. They're like $900. Yeah, 50 cal's good for them. But there's just something about a pumpkin ball when you hit a hog. I mean, it just devastates them. It'll go right through that big plate. Because if you ever skinned one of them big wild hogs, them feral hogs, they got like this armor plating on their shoulder. I mean, you can barely stick a knife through it. And you get like a 357, it'll explode right on their back. It won't even enter their vitals or anything. Because I was up in a tree one time, and there was one rooting around the bottom of the tree, and I had my 44 Magnum, and I aimed right at his neck and went boom, and it ran off. Damn thing ran off. And this fellow over there, he shot it. And when I got there, the bullet never got through that plate of whatever the hell it is. It's like armor plating on the back of their necks. It's like a real funny fat, hard like a rock. And it didn't make it through. It was a 240 grain Remington jacketed hollow point, and it did not make it into that thing. I used to deer hunt with the pistol too, with my 44 Magnum. I had a Super Red Hawk that I slicked up. And I'd love to have that Alaskan. I would love to have that Ruger Alaskan, the little snub-nosed 44. That'd be a great little carry gun. But they're $1,000. I don't have that. I wished I had one of those. That would be my carry gun instead of my Beretta. Because and I wouldn't get it in 454 Casel, because you go in the gun shops, you can't find that. And if you do find it, it's super expensive. Where the 44 Magnum, they got 50 different kinds of 44 Magnum. So you always want to get the ammo that they got. And that's the cartridge I want. I had a couple Smiths 29s. I had one with the 8.5-inch barrel. I used to wear it in a shoulder holster here. You never even know I had the damn thing. My dirty hairy gun. And I got one off of my brother too. That was they're just great guns. They are. But you hit a deer 44 Magnum, if you hit them in the neck or the head, they're done for. If you hit them in the chest, they might run But pretty much those 240s will go in one side and out the other, leave a big hole coming out the other side. So they don't go very far. Usually they go down within 20, 30 yards when I hit them with that Ruger. But I still just didn't like the fact that they would run it all, because you get some guy sitting on a bucket, some old timer there, and he sees it coming and pulls up his 30-30, completely misses it, and says it's his deer. So, and I said, hey, there's only one hole in it. Well, it was my hole. Well, how'd you get a big hole on this side and a little one on the other side? You were sitting over here. And most of these old timers, they won't wear orange or nothing. They're like all camoed up. You could have shot the damn meatheads. Me, I wear the orange when I'm out in the woods. I don't want anybody shooting me. That one fella shot his own son. He went to his tree stand. He told his son, go across to the other side, and climb in the tree stand over there. Well, the kid couldn't find the tree stand, and he didn't want to turn his light on, so he came back, and the father thought it was a buck, so he shot his son right in the chest, killed him, and then he took the gun, blew his own head off. They found him in the woods. That wasn't too far from where we lived. It was a real shame. He shot his own boy. First year hunting. That was a sad case. But stuff like that happens. Me, I ain't shooting nothing until I'm sure what it is. At all. I seen one time, I swore it was a turkey. I'm looking over there, I'm going, man, look at that turkey. You know what it was? It was some kid sitting over there drunk with a pair of tennis shoes on. He had tennis shoes with weird colored socks and stuff and string, and it looked like a turkey's head to me. I'm glad I didn't shoot. Because I'm looking at it, I got the little monocular out, and I'm trying, what the hell is that? And when I got the monocular out, it was the dude's leg. I could have shot that poor kid right in the leg. They were out partying, and his buddies left him. He must have passed out from drinking too much. And I went over there, what are you nuts? It's the first day of hunting season. Get the hell out of here. He's like, oh, okay. He almost got himself killed. But turkey hunting, I went turkey hunting. And one year I went turkey hunting, and I got that turkey, and it was absolutely miserable. You know where I do my turkey hunting? At the Shop and Save. Get me the one that says Butterball on it. Those are good. Those ones you get out in the woods, they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. But we used to coon hunt, and we'd see them up in the trees at night. And then the next morning, I went out there, and I sat over by the tree, and I waited for all the little jakes to jump out. And finally, that big 26-pounder jumped out of the tree and started strutting his stuff. As soon as he got on the other side of the tree, I let him have it. I had one of them Marlin goose guns, 10 gauge. And I took his head clean off, and he was still flopping around. And I stood on him while I was writing my tag out. And we cooked him up, and it was absolutely miserable. Just the rottenest turkey I ever put in my mouth. So those ones that eat grubs and bugs and stuff, you can have them. Yeah, I always wore the vest. You got to wear, in Pennsylvania, you got to have the orange hat, and you got to have 250 inches of orange vest. Shit, I wore all kinds of orange. I had the hat, the scarf, the jacket. I don't want some asshole shooting me, you know what I mean? But some of these yahoos, they just start blasting. It's like the Indians always said, 1-shot game, 2 shots maybe, 3 shots, nothing. But I had one time I had this nice little 303 rifle that shot really, really good, and this deer popped out, 12-point popped out right in front of me, and I went right at him, looking down the sights, let him have it, and he just stood there looking at me, and I shot 3 shots, never hit him. I don't know what the hell happened, and my buddy come over laughing. He said, "Man, you can't hit the side of a barn." I guess not, but he got away. He got away, and the fellow in the back lot got him. But it was a beautiful 12-point. He had the rack that came down like this. That was a really good-looking deer. But I got one year. He had a football helmet on him. His rack came out like this and went right out in front of his nose. It looked like one of them football player helmets. And I'm looking at him. I'm going, does he got a rack or not? I couldn't tell if he had a rack or not, but I had a doe tag, and I thought, it's probably a doe, so I went ahead and popped him with my pistol. And when I got up there, the rack came off his head and went right around the front, like this. It was pretty cool looking. And I had him hanging on the wall with turkey feather behind him and a couple squirrel tails hanging out of the eye socket. You put them outside. If you want to clean a deer head off. You know what you do? You take the rack, cut the head off, and you just set them outside on the dirt. And the ants will come and take everything off of it. They'll clean every bit of the meat and the hide and everything off of that thing, and you'll have a perfectly clean skull. And then I stuck them in cinnamon water and boiled them with a little bit of shoe polish in there, and it gave it this beautiful mahogany-looking color. And I had him hanging on the wall. I wound up giving him to my sister. But I had that year I got that big turkey, and I had the big turkey plume behind it with the squirrel tails. That looked pretty cool. That was very cool. But Indian artifact, babe. But I love to hunt. And if I'm not going to eat it, I won't hunt it. Like groundhog. I used to hunt groundhog all the time because we ate it. But my kids, they loved the groundhog. We had groundhog a couple times a week. I'd go out there. There was a farmer over there, and he had all these groundhogs on his land. He says, "Hey, as soon as I'm done with my tractor, you come on over, shoot all you want." And I'd sit out there. I had that 7 mag, and I was putting a little, I think it was the 130 grains or something, and I could reach out there and just start popping these things in the head. I had a scope on that one too. I had a shepherd scope. That's the one, and I got the one just for the groundhog, for the, whatever they are, prairie dogs or whatever. And that one was perfect. If you fit that groundhog in that little circle and you aimed at his head, you could pop him right in the head with that 7 mag. That thing shot so flat, it wasn't funny. And I just sit out back there on my little table and just start popping them. And then after I popped about 10 of them, I'd run out there and get them, skin them, stuff the hides back in the hole, and bring the meat home and cold pack them. And then what we would do is we would take that quart jar, it's got garlic in there and all the meat, and then we'd heat that up in a pan, heat up some noodles, and when the noodles were done, you dump that hot meat inside the noodles and a thing of sour cream, maybe throw some frozen corn or some frozen peas to stir it up, and boy, that was yummy. That's some good meat. And the other meat that's really tasty, probably my favorite, is bear meat. My buddy went up and got a bear the one time, and he took half of it. Him and his buddy split, and he gave me his half. And boy, I'll tell you what, that's the best tasting meat you can get. That is absolutely the best tasting stuff. But that's nothing but a big groundhog is what it is. And I even eat some coon, but there's too much fat on them. You cook them and they just keep. The only way you can cook them, I did one with a turkey one year, a butterball turkey and about a 15-pound coon. And the only way you can get that fat out of there is you just keep throwing rice in. And the rice kernels get like this big. It just sucks up all that fat because of the triglycerides and stuff. But I used to get them, and there was an old black guy in town. And he always wanted the coon. And what I'd do is if I didn't skin them out in the woods, I'd just bring them. He'd skin them for me. He'd flesh them out real good just to get the meat. And he was a real nice he was an old coal miner. He was all bent over. Guy was getting like $600 a month in Social Security. Lived in a little tiny house there with no electricity or nothing. Poor guy. But he was a nice old fella, and he could skin a coon. So that was the little town I lived in. And now all them old timers are all gone now. We had really good neighbors, all of them old timers, and another generation come in. But I love to hunt. And when I had the gun shop, I loved to run my gun shop. I got to play with my toys and build rifles. I built my brother Mark a real nice 308. Just a real lightweight #1 barrel on it, something real light to carry, custom stock. And it'll shoot good a couple rounds. It'll shoot right on, but once that barrel heats up, they start walking a little bit. But it's only good, it's supposed to be for one shot. I mean, if you're aiming at a deer, you better get him that first one. And that was a nice rifle. I gave that to him. But I built a bunch of them when I was going to the Pittsburgh Gunsmith School. I built a bunch of rifles. Built a couple of 50 BMGs. Built a whole bunch. I built my scout rifle. And that one I got a 2.5-inch Shiloh heavy stainless barrel. And I milled the recoil lugs right into the barrel, and then I cut it off on a milling machine, just the bottoms. And then I had it threaded on the bottom so I could run heavy screws and just hold it real tight to the stock. I didn't free float that one at all. It was like glued to the stock. I had a Mannlicher stock on it all the way out to the end with a nice 4-end cap. That was a badass looking gun. That thing was a monster. And it had that big old hole in there with that 250 grain spear. And when that thing went flying through the air, well, I wish I still had my lathe and milling machine and all that so I could start building rifles again, because I really enjoyed that. I mean, I got to play with my toys, you know. You got to be careful, but, you know, and then the money you make. If you got a lathe and a milling machine, you can make a fortune. One time this kid is Remington, he went to pull the bolt out and the bullet was stuck. So he came over with his mother. He was like 15, 16 years old. And he had that brand new rifle that he bought. And he left it sitting in the house, and it sweated, so it got pits in the chamber. And all I did was take some crocus cloth, put it on the lathe, and clean it out. Got them all set. Because them Remington, even those extractors are really tiny. They're a good extractor. I mean, I've never seen one break in my entire life. They're just a little clip. Well, I put him a new one on there anyway, and he went 35 bucks later. It took me about 10 minutes, and I fixed him up. I used to love to do that shit. And then I built a bunch of them pin guns for, you know, the guys that go to the bowling pin shoots. And I built some 22s, some 22 pistols. I had, you know, I had a manufacturer's license also, not just a gunsmith license. I had a manufacturing, so I could put my own serial numbers on guns that I built. That was a lot of fun. I built a 450 guns and ammo off a Savage 311. I had a double barrel, and the way I did that double barrel is I went ahead and welded a piece on the front of that 311. I had to have my neighbor do it because that's like a cast, and he welded a thing, and we threaded that, and I screwed 2 number 1 barrels into that, and I put like a Dan Resson shroud over it. I threaded the end of the barrels, and I sucked them up tight with a pin spanner. And I had one set at 50 yards and one set at 75 yards, because that's that big 500 grain monstrous bullet. And boy, when that thing hit stuff, devastating. You know, it just didn't stop. That bullet just kept right on going. Sometimes you'd find the bullet, you could reload it again. It was still in its good shape. And that thing was a monster. But a lot of guys didn't want to shoot it because of the recoil, and it never bothered me. You know, now it would probably. But back then it didn't bother me. I was about 290 pounds, and I built a shitload of rifles. Man, I must have built hundreds of them. You know, for about 4 or 5 years, I was building a rifle a week. Every 2 weeks, build somebody else a rifle. Guys would come in with their tax check. Hey, I want this this cartridge. Can you build me this? And I'd say, hey, you buy the reamer. You buy the reamer, I'll build you the rifle. And they'd tell me what kind of barrel they want. I had a bunch of barrels. There was the one old gun. He had a gun shop. This old guy, and he passed away. And his wife called me up and said, hey, he's got a whole bunch of stuff here. You want to come over and look it over and make me an offer? Well, the guy had about 60 barrels in there, 30 caliber, 22, you know, 32. He had all these different, you know, like for 338, he had all these Shiloh select match barrels, all wrapped in the paper. And I said, how much you want for those? Those, you can just take those. That's just pipe. She said, but what about the tools? And I said, I don't really need the tools, but I'll take those. And I had barrels, a shitload of barrels. She just gave them to me. And yeah, I love to build rifles. That was my bag. You know, when I went to school, some of them guys, you know, they just sit around and smoke cigarettes and stuff. Man, I was building rifles, and I was making wooden stocks, and I just loved it. I had one of them big horseshoe files. I didn't do anything on the milling machine. I did everything by hand. And I built some beautiful stocks, absolutely gorgeous stuff. My most beautiful one I ever built was for my buddy. It was a 300 Dakota, and I custom fit the stock, you know, with the pistol grip and all that, and a place to put his finger in there. Man, that was just absolutely the most beautiful thing. And then he took it before the finish was done, because I used to use the bedding compound for my finish. You just thin it out with mineral spirits real thin, and just keep painting it, and that would soak into that wood and just make it like a rock. And that was a beautiful gun. That had like a 34-inch Shiloh barrel on it. I had to custom order that barrel. And he had 300 Dakota, and man, that thing would reach out. That was a beanfield rifle, we called it. You could shoot 800 yards with that thing and hit a milk jug. But we put him a nice scope on there. I think he had that Leupold 10 power on that damn thing. And it was absolutely gorgeous. And it was on a Czech Bruno CZ602 action, because that's the 8mm Mauser case on that 300 Dakota. And boy, that thing's a monster. I mean, boy, it'll eat your powder. a pound of powder is going to disappear quick, fast, and in a hurry with one of those. But boy, could it reach out and touch something. And it was devastating. He's a pretty good hunter. He's a good shot too, my buddy. And he had me custom build that one for him because he had kind of helped me out when I was going through the gun shop school because I didn't have a lot of money. So he'd have me build him a rifle and buy all the stuff. So I was able to keep building. I think I built like 15 rifles when I was in school. Most of them guys built 1 or 2 or 3. I built 15. And then my favorite one was when I built the Scout rifle and then when I built the K-Hornet. I finished the K-Hornet back at my shop because I bought a Grizzly lathe and a Grizzly milling machine. We went out to Williamsport in Pennsylvania and picked them up. I had cash for them. And I don't care what anyone says, whether it's Chinese or not. That was a great little lathe. And then I had that little tiny one, the metric one, that I bought that used. And that was a nice one. That was, I forget the brand of that one. But that was for doing my mini Mauser, like for the 222 and the smaller calibers. But my favorite little gun was that K-Hornet and my Scout rifle. Because I milled the scope mounts right into the barrel. Once I had that barrel locked on, I took the milling machine and just cut the sides right off and made just like the Redfield mounts, and we clamped the scope onto that. And it was stuck up about this high, and I could throw that thing up. It was like a little TV screen. And if you were on the deer, you squeeze the trigger, and you'd see that big old booger flying at them, and you'd hit them, and you could hear it. You could just hear it rip right through them. And down they would go. But that was the Norma Magnum. I had that on an Inner Arms Mark 10 action, the long one. They got different sizes. They got 3 different sizes of them, and I had it on the long action. It's supposed to be like the Winchester action, but what a great action for the money. I got the damn thing for $200. I got the barrel the barrel was free because it was the one left over from that guy's gun shop, and then the stock. There was a guy at church. They were tearing down the barn, and he wanted to get a whole bunch of people to help tear the Grandpappy's barn down. So we went out there, and there's all these big pieces of walnut. And I said, hey, can we have that? So my buddy went and got his big old Dodge van, and we had that thing full of, because they used whatever tree they were using. I got some real nice maple blanks, and this mantelpiece was about this thick, and I think I got about 12 stalks out of that. And it was just straight grain, but real strong walnut, American walnut. And they were pretty. I put the ebony 4-inch tips on it and grip cap, and put a real nice recoil pad on it. I used to like them, what the hell was the name brand of that recoil pad? I can't remember. And I just loved to build them. I mean, I would just go down there, and then I was really good at checkering too. I'd put these beautiful checkering patterns on there. I don't know why I was good at checkering, but the first gun I ever checkered, I got an A+ on at the school. They got these little, you put the, what do they call that? It's like a decal. You put that on the gun, and then you mark it with a pin. And then you got your little cutter, and you just start cutting your V's into there. And it came out beautiful. I did like a fleur-de-lace pattern on it, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. And I was like, wow, I didn't know I could do that. And I bought a real good set of checkering tools. They said, hey, you don't use that cheap set. You need to get a good set. You're really good at this. And when I was at the school, he had a piece of Claro walnut, and he had some dude back in '65 build him the 30-06, and he said, I want you to do the stock. So I did the stock for him on this $4,500 piece of Claro, and I did a beautiful fleur-de-lace checkering all the way up to the front. Then I built my son a rifle, it was a 308, and this thing would just shoot into one hole. So I did the checkering around an arrow. I drew a picture of an arrow down on the bottom, like an Indian arrow, and I checkered all the way around it. And they said, "Why'd you put an arrow on there?" I said, "This thing shoots straight as an arrow." And I did a Mannlicher stock on that one too. That was a little short gun, because my son was recoil shy. My daughter wasn't, but my son was. So I did everything. Like when you buy those recoil reducers, basically what you can do is you can go down to the plumbing shop and you go ahead and you get the 3/4 piece of copper and then the 1/2-inch piece, and you get one of them cups and you put a spring behind it and you put a whole bunch of shot in there, so when the gun goes off, it lengthens the duration of the recoil. And instead of buying them for like $150, I would make them and then just solder them together, and you drill holes in the back of the stock and you stick 1 or 2 of them in there, and they make it a push instead of a crack. You know, I had some guns that were just murder. I fired a 375 Weatherby once time. It hit me so hard I couldn't believe it. I'm like, who the hell would want to shoot that damn thing with a skinny thing on it? And the guy said, "Man, I can't shoot it." And the other guns that are really bad on recoil are the 7600 Remingtons. I used to get a lot of them guys would come in and say, "Do something about this recoil, man." You know, and I'd fix them up. And they'd come back and they'd say, "Man, great job. I can shoot it now." You know, the pump. And some of them were just semi-auto. Remingtons, those things were horrible. And the Weatherbys, you know, the big Weatherby, the 450, that's fine. But that 375, the stock is only about this wide. And one of the things you can do to make the recoil less is you can cant the stock. When you're building your stock, you got your center line, move it over about 1 inch and make it canted a little bit so it's sitting on the muscle instead of your shoulder. And I got into it. I mean, I read every book on the subject. And I listened to that chief down at the school. His name was Thacker. They called him the chief, and he knew his shit. You know, and I listened to him. I mean, that guy knew his shit. And you know, I liked him, and he liked me, because I was building some beautiful guns, and I was getting A pluses on them always. I had the second highest grade point average in the history of the school. And the only reason I didn't have the highest was because they had some dude in there, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's perfect, so that's a C." Oh, you know, I was like, "Wow, why did you do that? You just ruined my grade. I've been getting A plus on everything, and you give me a C for this? And look at it. Find something wrong." And he was just a dick. He was just a real dick, that guy. He didn't want to see me getting the highest grade point average. I don't think he liked me. But I loved going to that gunsmith school. I went for 2 years. It was 1.5 years, but I went for 2 years. Built a lot of rifles and stuff like that. And that was the best thing that ever happened to me, was going to that school. Well, I loved it. It's not work for me. You know, doing that was not work. That was me playing with my toys. I got to play with my toys in my shop. And I made all kinds of other stuff too. I had a guy who had these collets. These aluminum collets he needed for his machine. It was to hold something, and they would wear out. So he'd have me build them 15 a week. And one day I says, "Hey, why don't I just make you some steel ones?" "Hey, give it a try." So I got some cold rolled from the junkyard, and I built them the collets, and that was the stupidest thing I ever done, because I never seen them after that. And he was giving me like $15 a piece for them. And I was building them, you know, 10, 20 of them a week out of aluminum. And I screwed myself by giving him the metal ones, because he never needed me again. But I would make parts for stuff. I had somebody gave me a punch press, and they got this Smith & Wesson gun where the safety goes bad on them. It goes bad on every one of them. It was just a flaw in their metal. Well, I got spring steel, and I was punching these things out, you know, in two steps. And I was making them and selling them through Brownells, because you put that in, you never need another one. And it was a drop-in fit. You just take the one from the factory, throw it in the garbage, and put mine on there. And I was getting $30 a piece for those. And I was making 100 of them at a time, you know, because I had that punch press set up to where I was doing like 20 of them. And or 25, I think I was doing at one time. You know, that thing, boy, you get your finger stuck in that, you're done for. But all that stuff went. When the divorce happened, all that stuff went away. My nice little milling machine, my lathe, all that stuff. She got rid of that, sold that damn lathe for $400, and that was a shame. But I had buffers. I was doing a lot of bluing. I had my bluing tanks. Instead of buying them, I just made them. You get black iron, and we rolled them out. I went up to my buddy's. He had a break, so we made them, and my neighbor welded up the corners. And you get the caustic flakes, sodium nitrate, sodium nitrite. Put that in the water, heat it up to 300 degrees, and you just drop your guns in there. And then you got to clean it off real good. You got to get all that stuff out because it's salt, is what it is. And it would make the most beautiful blue. I had my own recipe for that. How much pounds of that I would put in. It was the school's recipe, but I made mine a little bit darker because I put a little extra of the nitrate in there to make it more black than blue. And just absolutely gorgeous. I could do 1,500 grit finishes on them. I had one of them spinners. Put it on the belt sander and spin it. And then you go to the buffing wheels and spin it. I could bring up a 1,500. I did a guy's Weatherby. He said, I'm not going to shoot it. I'm not going to carry it anywhere. I just want to hang it above my mantle. Can you make it pretty? And it was his dad's. And I said, sure. I said, how much money you got to spend? He goes, I don't care. He says, do your best. He says, I've seen some of your work. Do your best. And I brought that up to a 1,500 grit finish. It was like a mirror. And I didn't use the black. I used the real blue. I took some of the sodium nitrate out so it would turn this real pretty blue color, like a navy blue. And then I refinished the stock with orange shellac. I rubbed orange shellac into this wood because it was a beautiful piece of wood with ivory inlays, and I hand rubbed that in, and then I coated it with bedding compound, and then we polished it. I actually put it on my little buffer, and I polished that thing out real easy. And I got it like a mirror, and he had it hanging up above his mantle, and that thing was beautiful. He had a big old Redfield scope on the top of it. We polished that, because it didn't need to have any glass in it. I just plugged the glass in and threw it in the bluing tank so it would match the barrel. And that guy loved it. He was like, I think he gave me $1,000. I told him, I said, man, I got a lot of work. I got about a week's worth of work in this. And he says, $1,000, okay? You sure? You bet. Well, I was a gunsmith for many years. When I started making a lot of money in the shop, that's when the divorce happened, and that was a shame because I lost my shop. And I was doing really good. I was getting people coming in all the time. I had one guy from California sent me 10 guns. He had those straight pullback Mausers, and I was rebluing them for him and getting them all working. He got them from some auction. And he would send me a couple a month, and I'd send them back to him, and then he'd send me a couple more, and he gave me the schematics on it. I had all the books. I had everything. I could take any gun apart. I used to redo them Browning A5s, with the real nice screws on them and stuff. And I had a little screw machine, and if the screws were boogered up or something like that, I'd build them a new screw and then cut the little thing out of them. I mean, I really got into that. And I would bring them back to their former glory. I gold inlay them. I had that gold inlay stuff. And, those are beautiful guns. Those are just like the howitzer, the barrel recoils on those. And I did a bunch of Belgium Brownings, they call them. And those were some beautiful, absolutely gorgeous guns. Just absolutely. Yeah, something, I had a sign on my shop, take your AR, like AR, and go somewhere else. Because these guys would come into my shop and they would booger them all up. And then I'd have to fix them. And then they'd take them home and they'd fiddle with them again and then say, I broke them. So I just put up a sign saying, take your AR somewhere else. I didn't want anything to do with them because, too many guys fiddle with them. And they break them. They mess with the springs or they lose the trigger. I had one guy come in there, he had like a 1/4 of a pound trigger on this thing. And you just would hold it and it would go click. That's stupid. I said, what's the matter with you? You're going to kill somebody with this. Just goofballs, just stupid people. But I have an AR in there. I have that 450. And I haven't put a trigger in it yet. It's got the stock trigger on it. But I don't think I'm going to put a trigger on that one because the trigger feels pretty good to me. It's got a nice trigger on it. And I want a little bit of weight on there. I don't want that thing going off, unless I want it to. And but it's heavy. I got the damn bull barrel. I wish I wouldn't have done that. It's just too damn heavy up front. I was out at the Pittsburgh police thing when they had their Colt. It was a Colt 223, and they had the handle up on the top with the peep sight, and just a regular plastic stock on the back. The standard Colt, $1,000 Colt, and they had boxes of ammo. I mean, they had these green ammo cans full of ammo, and they said, "Guys, shoot them up because we got to get rid of those." They invited us out to their shooting range, and it went all the way out to 400 yards. I couldn't miss with that thing. Every time I pulled that trigger, I was hitting whatever I was shooting at. And that was really something. That was, that's when I said, boy, I'd kind of like to have one of these. But I had that Mini 14. I loved that little gun. My little ranch rifle. I had a couple of those, and those are good shooters. I don't care what anyone says. I had one with the plastic stock, a stainless one, and I had one with the wooden stock, a blue one that I bought used, and both of them were tack drivers. I never put a scope on them. They came with the scope rings and all that kind of stuff, but I never put a scope. I just used that little peep sight on the back, and I could hit anything. I could hit anything with those. Those were really good firearms. But now when I had that Colt AR with the 223, well, I wanted to take that thing home. I said, "Man, can I buy this off of you guys?" And they're like, "No," because it had the fully auto, but they had a screw in there, so you couldn't put it to fully auto. Yeah, the Mini 14, I just love that gun. That's a fantastic little gun. Self-cleaning action on it. I had one of them outer foul outs. I keep the barrel real clean on it. I hand-loaded that thing, and just a fantastic shooting little gun. And they're light. They're just a nice light gun. I don't want no heavy gun. You're carrying around a big heavy gun. But the other gun that was my favorite, and I got rid of it, I wished I never would, was my M1 Garand. When I was down at the Gunsmith store, I used to make a trip every couple of months, and all the gun shops would give me an order. Well, after you buy so many guns, you get them cheaper. So I'd get for this gun shop, for that gun shop, for my gun shop. And they said, "Okay, we're going to give you this." And it was one of them mil-spec, in the crate M1 Garands for me buying all these rifles that year. And they gave that to me. It was in 30-06, and it was like a brand new, just like World War II when they opened up the box. And my brother-in-law has one. They're heavy. They're a big, heavy gun, but boy, what a nice gun. I had the bayonet and everything for it. It was a mil-spec from Mil-Tech company or something in the crate, and it had the straw in there and everything, just like they used to do in World War II. And that thing was a good shooting gun. But you had them little clips. Those little clips in the bottom, you just stuck them clips down in there. When you were done shooting the 8th round, it would go ping, and that little clip would fly up in the air. You'd have to go get it. That was a lot of fun to shoot that gun. That was a whole lot of fun. And then I got those 110 grain plinkers for the little M1, and I was loading my 30-06 with those, and boy, those things were moving. They were doing about almost 4,000 feet a second out of that. And then I went ahead and I built one of them 220 Swifts. That's on a 30-06 case. I built one of them. That was another one that did 4,000 feet a second. But I wished I'd have kept that M1 Garand. I loved that thing. And if you run out of ammo, you could club somebody to death with it. That was General Patton said that's what won the war. That gun. It wasn't a bolt. You had just bang, 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 bang. Fast you could pull the trigger. And you had 8 shots. But I also had one of them Browning BARs. An old timer passed away, and we were going through his place. And I told his wife, I said, "Look, he's got a rifle in there." She said, "Oh, you can have that." "Really?" "Yeah, you can have that." A couple $1,000, $4,000 rifle. She just gave it to me. It had like 6 magazines with it, a whole bunch of ammo. It's a big old World War II BAR Browning automatic machine rifle. I got that. That was another nice one. But somebody came in the shop one day and just offered me too much money for it. He said, "Man, I'll give you $5,000 for that." I said, "Okay." And away it went. But I gave him all the magazines and everything. But that was a beautiful rifle. I don't think it was ever shot. I didn't smell anything in it. It was like brand new. But that old guy had it, and he passed away. It was in his closet. His wife didn't even know he had it. She said, "I didn't even know he had that." with a beautiful, beautiful gun. You know, Browning knew his shit. John Moses Browning, he knew his shit. He built some of the most fantastic rifles I've ever seen. And of course, they had carbine Williams. I had a bunch of those little M1s, you know, those little pea shooters. You know, those you could pick up for 30, 40 bucks when I was young. And I had a bunch of those. Those were a lot of fun to shoot too. And then I had another one that I really liked was that M14. They didn't make those for very long, but some kid came in the shop one day and he had an M14. He says, "Hey, I want to trade this off. How much you want for it?" He said, "Hey, would you give me $100? Sure. I'll give you $100 for that. You betcha." And he had a couple magazines with it. That shot the 308. That was a nice one. It was kind of beat up a little bit, but you know, for $100. And then I refinished it. I redid the whole thing. I filed the stock all down, all the stuff out of that, made it look pretty. And I had that hanging in my shop for years. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful gun. And it was a pretty good shooter too. That thing shot real straight. But I loved my shop. You know, I just loved working on guns. You know, people would bring me in a broken gun and I'd fix it for them. And then I had a buddy of mine working for me, this fellow named Keith, and I had him doing all the repairs. And then I just did bluing and building the custom rifles and pistols. So that freed me up to just do that. And I was building a couple of rifles a month. And I loved doing it. I built so many beautiful, beautiful rifles. You know, I was looking at them going, phew. And I got a hold of this company. My company's name was Standard Gunsmithing. And I had this like what do they call them, branding iron? Well, it was an electric one, and I would burn that in underneath the butt pad. Standard Gunsmithing with my address and phone number on the bottom. So anybody take that off, they'd see who built it. You know, I had my little signature on there. That was pretty cool. But they'll find these guns 100 years from now, and they'll say that dude really knew his shit. He really built a beautiful rifle, because I had so much fun doing that. I wish I could do it again. I don't think my hands could do it anymore. But I had all the stuff. I had all the stuff to build beautiful rifles. I thought I was going to be doing that till I was an old timer, but you know, divorce, lost the whole shop. And that was a real shame. But I liked it. I just liked it. Met a lot of pretty cool people. Met some real jerks too. Crazy people. You know, some people are, when it comes to guns, they don't, you know, they just have no idea what they're doing. You know, shoot themselves in the foot. I had a cop shoot himself. He says, "Oh, here, I want to show you my gun." He went to pull it out and shot himself in the leg. Right in the shop. I'm like, "What the hell's the matter with you?" He's like, "Oh, crap." The bullet went right in his thigh and came out by his knee and hit the floor. And I'm like, "Oh, you nut. You stinking nut." But just because they're a cop doesn't mean they know how to shoot. That's for sure. But you got to be careful with the firearms. Mine, I was looking at the other day and the safety was off. I don't know what the hell was up. Oh, I loved working with them. That's what I wanted to do the rest of my life. I wanted to be one of them old-timer gunsmiths. You know, and I loved building the stocks, you know, making these crazy-looking stocks. And everybody says, that don't look like a classic stock. I said, well, it ain't. It's my stock. It's my interpretation of a stock. I built some nice thumbhole stocks, and, you know, I even built a stock for a guy's crossbow one time. He brought me in this really crazy zebra wood. It's not a real hard wood. It's a little bit soft, and he couldn't use it for a rifle, you know, because it would just beat that wood to death. So he said, "I want to make a crossbow out of it." Okay. But that was the coolest looking thing. It was an old-timey one. It wasn't like a compound or nothing. It was just a regular straight pull. He had a big lever he stuck in there and cocked it back. And he had these little short arrows for it. That was pretty cool looking. And I think he gave me $500 for doing that. But my stock work, if you wanted my stock work, I was expensive, especially if there was checkering on there. You know, if you wanted me to checker in the pattern on a stock, you're looking at $500-600 easy. You know, because it's a lot of work. I mean, I worked on one stock for 27 hours straight, doing this big fancy fleur-de-lace pattern for a guy. And when he came in, he's looking at it, he goes, man, that is absolutely gorgeous. How much you want for that? I said, hey, $700. And he didn't even blink an eye. He didn't even blink an eye. He pulled out his checkbook and wrote me a check. He goes, there ain't nobody around here can do that. And I said, well, I just had a knack for it. I don't know why. I just from the very first one I ever did, I had a knack for that. Because I love it. You know, it's not work for me. It's fun. You know, I just loved having. I wished I would have never lost my gun shop. I'd still be there working. And by now I'd had a hell of a following. You know, because I did nice work. You know, people looked at my guns and I go, man, you built that? Yeah, I built that. And they're like, wow, that's nicer than anything I've seen in a gun shop. And I said, well, if they can build it, why can't I? You know, that was my bag, guys. That's what I wanted to do the rest of my life. That's why I went to the gunsmith school for 2 years. You know, because that was going to be my trade. And it all got taken away from me. Just because a woman got hot pants, and that was a real bummer. You know, they can just throw you out on your ear. There's nothing you can do about it. Police came to my house, you got to get out. What do you mean, get out? It's my house. Get out. She wants you out. You got to get out. And if I would have said I want her out, they would, nope. No, they always cater to the woman. And that's a real bummer. But, you know, it was a little tiny shop, but I got a lot of work done in there. I had all the tools to do anything I needed to do. I was doing shotgun chokes for people and baker bluing, you know, with the steel wool. I got a old beat up Savage 311 one time. This thing was beat. I got the thing for $10 off of this kid. It looked like somebody used it to beat tent pegs, and the wood was all messed up. So I went ahead and I just chucked the wood, and I got some walnut from my stash. And I put this beautiful walnut stock on it, and I checkered it. I made it a straight stock instead of a pistol grip. And then I went ahead and bakered the barrels, because those are soldered together. And I bakered that. I put new beads in it. I had a mid bead and front bead on it. And when it was done, boy, that thing popped. And I had it cylinder bore on both sides, and I had pumpkin ball on each side. That thing was a monster. It was a monster. You'd go out and shoot something, and it would just go right through a car at the junkyard. It would go in one door and all the way out the other side and leave a hole this big. Right through big old Cadillacs and stuff. That was a fun gun. You know, kind of like the one on Godfather. You know, when he opens up the elevator door and he boom, boom. That was the Savage 311, side by side. And I had that for a long time. That was a good rabbit gun too, because it would spread out. You could set out one of them Golden Bits dog food bags, and it would just cover the whole bag at 20 yards. No, I don't know about doing that. You know, where would I go to teach that? You know, I don't want to live in Pittsburgh, but I probably could get a job down at the gunsmith school. You know, I was there every day. I never missed a single day. I was there early and I left late. You know, and they'd say, "Hey, you got to go home. Get out of here. We want to go home." And I said, "Hey, just a minute. I'm almost done." You know, because I didn't have any tools at my house then. I didn't have anything then. And then when I just kept saving the money, and then I bought my lathe and my milling machine in one pop. And then I was building rifles at my house instead of going up to the gunsmith school. And you know, guys would get their tax check and say, "Hey, I want you to build me a 30-06. You know, how much you want for that?" I said, "Depends on what you want on it." And they'd tell me what they want. I'd say, "Okay, it'd be about $1,500." And they'd give me $500 to start. I'd buy the stuff, you know, buy the action, buy the barrel. You know, I had plenty of wood. I had plenty of barrels. And I'd go ahead and build them a rifle, get the twist they wanted, put the mounts on. I'd mill the mounts right into the barrel, because I had those, you know, 2.5-inch barrels. And I'd mill the mounts right into the barrel, so you got a real good lockup on that scope. It never goes out of zero if you do that. You know, some guys, they like to drill into the barrel. And you actually can drill all the way into the chamber. And it's not going to hurt anything. You know, because look at the Ruger Mini 14. It's got a hole in there. And you can drill all the way through and thread and tap that. And it's not going to hurt anything as long as the screw isn't sticking down below. Yeah, I just loved it. You know what it was? It's that I loved it so much. You know, I just couldn't wait to get into my shop. Sometimes, the one time I worked 27 hours straight. when you're doing checkering, you're sitting in a dark room and you got a lamp over here so you can see the lines, and you're just etching this along. And I stopped and had a sandwich, had something to drink, and I'm looking around. I'm going, shit, I was in here 27 hours, just checkering this thing out. I finished it, and it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. The checkering was just, I'm looking at it going, wow, that was a good job. And the dude was real happy. He was like, oh man. He says, there's nobody around here can do that. He says, you are it, buddy. And he goes, I'm going to start telling all my friends. And I had a bunch of people come in. They'd bring in their dad's gun or something, and for Christmas they'd have me checker it for them. Whatever pattern they wanted. I had a thing on the computer. That's when we had that old computer, and it was like microfiche type thing. And I had this decal company that did the patterns. I can't remember the name of the company. And they would pick one. What do you want? And I like to do the checkering all the way around the grip. I didn't like to do just the side panels. I like to go all the way around so you got a good hold of that. And then I did one, there was this Indian dude that came down, and he liked the Indian stuff and showed me pictures of his horse with the handprint where they put paint on their hands and they put their hand on there. So I had him put some inletting black on his hand, and he held the rifle just where he was. And then he held the one back here, and I only checkered his handprint out. And when it was done, it looked really cool. It was so cool looking. And he was like, oh man, that is great. And then he goes, I don't want to shoot it. He goes, I don't want to take that in the woods and ruin it. So that was a lot of fun doing that one. And that was hard to stay in the lines of his hands, because he had these big hooks on him. He was a big kid. But I never seen him in the woods with it. He took it home, showed it to his dad, and they hung it up on the wall. And it looked cool. And then I had some of those blanks that were the red, white, and blue. It was from like a plywood company. And then when you start cutting that out, you get the red, white, and blue in there. That looks really cool too. And then they had some green ones, some green camo ones, and I could get like 5 stocks out of a blank, where most guys could only get 4, because I had this little plastic thing I'd set on there and cut it out on my bandsaw. And I could get 5 stocks out of one of those blanks. Those are like $200. And you get 5 stocks out of that for $200, that's a deal and a half. And then I did everything by hand with that big old horseshoe file. Except the barrel channel, I did that on the milling machine, because you want that to be perfectly straight. I like to free float the barrels. If it's a heavier barrel, if it's a number 1, you got to have some pressure on that barrel, or they'll start walking all over. You got to have a V in there to keep them centered, because those barrels will walk all over the place. If you have the straight one across, they'll start doing this, and then your accuracy just goes to hell. But so I always liked using a little bit heavier barrel, but I'd flute them. I'd put them on a milling machine and flute the barrel to make them light, but they're still very rigid, because they're 2.5 inch, and I'd make that this deep and flute them. I'd do either 8 or 6 flutes on them, and that really made them light, so it wasn't too heavy. I even put muzzle brakes, just drill the muzzle brake, run my reamer in the end, drill little holes in there on the top for a muzzle brake for them. Integral muzzle brake. I had the manufacturing license for doing that. I could build my own actions, make like a Remington type action. Yeah, I did all that kind of shit. Did that for years. Wish I was still doing it. Oh well. You live, you have that stuff, and then it goes, and then you got to start over again. But I don't think I could, it'd be a lot of money to try to afford a lathe now with 3 little ones and all that. But man, if I had a lathe and a milling machine, whew, I could make a ton of money. Because there's no gunsmiths around anymore. Nobody wants to do that anymore. Gunsmith school, they're lucky. When I was going through, there was 30, 40 kids waiting to get in. Now nobody wants to go. They might have 3 or 4 guys in there. That's it. I don't get it. I mean, that's a great trade to have, to be a gunsmith. And then I used to reload ammo for people. If I built them a rifle, I reloaded the ammo for them, and I'd get out there and shoot it. I had this one buddy named Tiny. That guy, if anybody could shoot a one-hole group, it was him, a big fat guy. And he'd sit there, and I'd work up different loads, like 5 of each. And then we'd find a load that was perfect for that gun, and I'd write it down, give them 100 or 200 rounds of ammunition with it, give them a nice gun case to put their gun in, with the ammo boxes in there. And it was like a presentation box. I was getting these aluminum boxes off of this company, cheap, and you'd have to take an X-Acto knife and cut the foam out so the gun would just fit in there perfect. That was pretty cool. People got the guns. They were like, wow, this is really cool. They got their money's worth. Believe me. If somebody bought a $1,500 rifle from me, they got their money's worth. But, I could make $500-600 on a rifle easy. One rifle in 2 weeks. And then I got to where I was building a rifle a week there for a while. And I was making even more. I was making about 800. And when I built that double rifle, we sent that one over to Africa to this guide, and next thing you know, I got orders. That last one I sold was $17,900 for that. It was 460 guns and ammo. Yeah, and those guys, the guides wanted them. Because when there's a lion or there's a Cape Buffalo coming, one guy doesn't shoot it. Everybody shoots at them damn things because they will kill you. And the guide, it was a double barrel. That's what they want. They don't want the bolt action or anything. They want a double barrel so they can go boom boom, and they hold a couple shells in their fingers so they can load them. And I always had it when you opened it up where the things would fling out, with the spring loaded. And I built a few of them on the Savage action. We welded it up. I had a neighbor that was really good at welding. We used to have to pack those in lime, and then he'd run a bead. We'd have to cut some of it out, and then he'd run a bead on the inside. And then there was a step, and then he'd run a bead on that, and he'd pack it in lime, let it cool off, and then he'd go and do another one. And then by the time I finished that, it looked like one piece of steel. You never knew. And then I would thread it. I'd put it on the lathe, and I'd thread that in, and I'd screw the barrels into that. That head spaced them right there. All you have to do is run them all the way in. And then I put that shroud. I would get these aluminum shrouds that were anodized already. There was a company down in West Virginia that made them, and I gave them my specs of what I wanted. And then you slide that over the barrels. I had threads on the end. And then I'd take a little, like a big washer with 2 holes in it, and I'd tighten those barrels up. I'd stretch them and get them. Those things would shoot good. And one guy told me, he says, oh, if you got one of them big game rifles, they shoot a 4-inch group at 50 yards, that's good. Shit, mine would shoot one hole at 100 yards, with that 500 grain bullet, that big old solid. And those things were, because I stretched the barrels real tight, and they wouldn't oscillate so much. And they were just #1 barrels, real lightweight. And then I built one for a guy. I was shooting it, the thing was getting hot, because I just kept shooting it. I had a whole bunch of ammo, like 100 rounds, and it got hot, so I oil filled it. I went ahead and sealed it up with O-rings, and I filled it with some WD-40. And every time you shoot that, it would smoke. It was my smoke ball. That was a cool gun. That was a really cool gun. Everybody said, why's your gun smoking? Because I had some holes in the top, and that oil would heat up. But it cooled the barrel down, cooled the barrels down. So, but every time you stood up, all the oil would leak out. It would leak out the weep holes. But that was just a toy I built. That was one for me. Some guy came in the shop. He says, what the hell is that? Who made that? I said, I built that a couple of years ago. He said, hey, you want to sell it? Yeah, sure. Everything in here is for sale. He said, what do you want for it? I said, well, the last one I got like 10 grand for. 10 grand? Well, that's a lot of money. Well, get what you paid for, pal. You want it? It's 10 grand. So he bought it. He went home and talked to his wife, and he said, well, I was going to buy a car this weekend, but I guess I'm going to buy a rifle. And he bought it. And that was a cool rifle. I gave him a whole bunch of ammo too, because I had a couple hundred rounds of that ammo with the monolithic solids, and that thing was a monster. That thing just was irresistible. But that was a fun gun. All right, Gilbert, it's nice yakking with you. You take care and have yourself a good sleep. It's getting late. You say you were in Texas, right? Yeah. I wish I had my shop again, but them days are over. Probably get my hair caught in the lathe now.